get a rest.
Hi friends, good evening, and this is Ankit, your host, joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Nicholas joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, and Kimberly joining us from North Carolina itself. And namaste to everyone, and good morning to America, and good evening to Australia and around the world.
And good evening to India, right? What time is
Good
it?
evening.
What time is it over there?
7:30 p.m.
7:30. You know, it's very interesting. So we actually run prime time in India, and we run daytime in the United States. And I was thinking about this because I was going, we really want to do prime time here someday, because we right now do daytime. And daytime's cool right now here because nobody's doing anything. They're all at home. But when we hit when this thing disappears, we're going to have to look at how we're going to do prime time here. But it's interesting we run prime time in India while we're doing it here during the daytime.
So that's interesting you'd say when we start going back to our new normal lives. And this is a conversation I've been having with people all over the world after our TV show, as the policies and moving forward, and the economics of all of this as well. And, you know, people are wondering, you know, what's coming, you know, is the vaccine coming? We don't foresee a vaccine for quite some time. I'm not trying to put a Debbie Downer on this, but what we're doing is looking at how do we move forward? So testing, like Nick has always said, and everyone else, is going to be very imperative. If you look at the numbers, the places that utilize testing to control the situation were the places that got control of this. Hong Kong never shut down. Why? They utilized testing. But here's the thing: we've got a pandemic and various different things, right? We got a pandemic with a disease that hit us, the virus. We have a pandemic of people's mental states of mind. Everybody's kind of shutting down, at being at home all the time, fear of economics, fear of their jobs. Doctors, we just received a report of a doctor in New York committing suicide, and other people who are committing suicide when they're diagnosed with the disease. And it's, the reason why people do this is fear, exhaustion. But when you read these stories, you go, what's really going on there? And quite honestly, I don't think any medical professional has been properly mentally prepared to handle pandemic like this. I don't think anyone has, and there was no real procedures handed to everyone to say, this is what to be prepared for, this is what to expect. You're going to be mostly helping people die, you know, not helping people live right now. You want to help people live, but most of your job is unfortunately going to be in the ICU, and that's hard to take, even for a medical practitioner who is taught to deal with trauma and death. So when I look at this, our solutions that we talk about, like the Dr. Rachner and what Dr. Tula and everyone shares with us about our mental state of mind, Mohammed, we're all trying to get this. So we're going to be starting shows. This is where I wanted to go. Is we're going to be starting shows to deal with the spiritual mind of this. As even Dr. Art said, that it's going to be the mental state of mind. You know, why not take this as the positive approach, and as opposed to the negative approach? Why say social distancing? We're not social distancing. We can still socialize. My God, this is what I kept saying. We've been doing this for years, folks. Nobody in my house has ever. I've had kids up in the attic sitting next to each other, texting each other. Okay, so we've been doing, you know, socializing via this format, but let's physically distant. The other thing I want to talk about is an article I found, and then I'm going to dive out of here so I can go get rest and you guys can have a marvelous celebrity day. Is my favorite book's the National Geographic, right? It's news stories every day, short stories. And in here we talk beyond good and evil, because we're talking about this being very evil and all the things that are happening. And in here it was talking about all the trash that we did to the earth, right? Including the ozone. And it says, all the trash we make is not a sign that we're evil. It is a sign we're a little dumb. Actually, I think a whole lot dumb. And then he goes on to talk about, he could barely wait to discuss this with Dr. Michael Brockberg in Germany. He started his career as a Greenpeace activist, orchestrating protests at chemical companies, and has since consulted for many corporations. We're fighting with cradle to cradle against a cultural heritage that comes out of religious beliefs. Now, some of what I read about this, where we're fighting the damages we've done to the earth, I feel like we're fighting with the same mindset of what we're dealing with here with the coronavirus. And I would like to hope and pray and ask people to don't feel alone in this. Reach out to somebody here at IBM TV. We're one group worldwide. We got great people, Nick and Kit. If you got financial situations, text us. If you're concerned, we've got all kinds of experts coming on, medical, just everything. I've got people talking about diabetes. I've got people talking about just various other things. We're here, people. We're all here together. So sit back and enjoy, build some endorphins, get happy, and listen to all the happiness that is going on today. Be aware, have some knowledge of what's going on, what the real symptoms are, and we'll be sharing more of that with you this week. And pay attention to the numbers, because data is everything.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Kim. And the thing is, you're right about data being everything in testing. I think our leaders don't.
I'll pull it up.
Our leaders don't do a good job explaining the importance of testing, but it is extremely important, because the thing is, then you can analyze trends through the testing. And also, like I've said before, just empirically, that if you had everybody on the boat and they all tested, they all didn't have coronavirus, then the boat can sail. I mean, it's just the way it is. There's some fintech solutions they're doing right now as people, and they do this in South Korea already, as people enter places, they're actually scanning their temperatures as they enter. The problem with that, again, all these things mitigate but don't eliminate the threat, is that you can be asymptomatic and not have a temperature, as you walk in the door. So it does become a problem. Now, here's my prediction. Like I said, I made a prediction a month ago that the U.S. will hit 1 million by the end of the month, or by early May. Well, it looks like it's going to be the end of the month, so we're pretty good on the prediction. I made a prediction that was a little bit inaccurate. I said Florida's going to lead it. It's not still in terms of deaths. We still haven't got there yet. But the thing is, I'm still monitoring the great state of Florida. But here's the other prediction. It also comes from the ICHE. So I steal a lot of my data from the University of Washington, which actually tracks this. They're tracking it statistically. And I concur with the ICHE. What happens is they believe that the coronavirus will increase at a decreasing rate. In other words, as we move into May, it'll still increase, but not as a fast rate as we had in the past. And then June and July, you'll probably actually see a decrease. And part of it is, I know that we don't believe in the warm temperatures having an effect, but still, as data comes in from Africa,
there you go.
Countries, Africa is not getting pummeled by this. In other words, the hotter the climates, the better chance you aren't getting coronavirus. So there might be something that this actually does.
Well, I have an answer, a slight answer to that, because I am dealing with Africa right now in the evening. I talked with the people, and I'm going to get them. Ankit's been trying to get them on. I don't know that they can test at the level that some places can.
Exactly.
And they are more village oriented, so hopefully it doesn't spread. But if it does spread to a village, odds are the whole village will get sick.
Right.
But they're very, very good. If you look at the pandemic story, 93 days, they're very good at addressing these things. They're not arrogant about it. They're not going to say, money comes first or politics come first. They're going to shut down a whole city of millions and millions of people before they allow it to spread. That's just their attitude.
Right.
So here you go, Nick. We did reach 1 million.
Oh, we did. Okay, good. So my prediction went good about a month ago.
So this is not today's report. We get that.
I didn't look at my famous University of Washington report to come into that. Now, you do show off to the right the forehead thermometer. We do have one, and the oximeter, which I think that
is more important. Actually, I think the oximeter after Dr. Art is more important.
I will show everybody as soon as I get it. I ordered it. Maybe they're back ordered, but as soon as I get it, I'll show everybody what I'm talking about. It is. I know when you go to asthma doctors that they all test you for your blood oxygen level. It's kind of a routine test. But the real fact is you can get them for very cheaply. FinTech does have a lot of potential solutions. Like as people go into airports, they can have their temperature measured as they go inside to see whether or not they're potentially a threat. So there's a lot of stuff that we can do that we haven't been doing yet because of this. Okay, let's take a look at the US. We're the world leaders again, with New York leading the way, of course, with 22,000. New Jersey not far behind. Far behind, actually. It's 6. Really hit New York hard. Then Massachusetts, Illinois, California. Now, we'll talk about California because it was one of the first states that actually had this, and it's a big state. It's the largest state in terms of population. But look at the total amount relative to New York, 1,786. But California quickly locked down. From what I understand from our correspondent in San Francisco, they were in the 20s in terms of total deaths. In other words, it's higher now, I'm sure, but it was really low. But they had the whole city in lockdown. It does show that these mitigation efforts can actually work. So California was like that. Florida, which I predicted will lead the nation in deaths, hasn't done a good job in doing that. They're still lagging with only 1,000. And part of the reason is the demographic nature of the great state of Florida. 25% of the population over age 65. But apparently they're not moving up very rapidly.
I think you again, Nick, you and I have been down there quite a bit. They're very strong community oriented. They drive differently politically. I think that they probably don't practice I don't know. I talk to them a lot. It doesn't seem like a lot of them are staying home, but it's warmer environment, like you mentioned.
Oh, that's true.
So, there's a lot of demographics at play here that we need to take a look. Again, data, right?
It's hot. Yeah, it is hot and warm, but so it's hot and warm in Louisiana. But still, if you notice, New York is in cold country. So is New Jersey, Massachusetts, Illinois. California splits both ways. Pennsylvania cold, Michigan cold, Florida.
Texas.
Yeah, Texas is warm for the most part, so, and it's spread out. So Maryland is colder. Country, Ohio's cold. It's going to be very interesting to see the next couple months to see whether the weather has a mitigating effect. I believe it will have a certain mitigating effect, but also the real problem, which our fearless leaders are saying, which may be true, as we go into the fall, this thing could rear its ugly head again. Now,
so look at the death rate, too, in New York. They have 200,000 cases and 22,000 deaths. That's that was huge. So I just wanted to point that out. But I mean, and we're not near flatline. We are not near. Every day we're climbing.
Yeah,
and we're over 1 million.
I think it'll climb, but it'll climb at a decreasing rate. In other words, increase is at a decreasing rate compared to what we saw in April. But May is not going to be a great month. But then by the time we hit June and July, I think you're going to start seeing a slowdown. Part of the reason is the mitigation that we're doing. In other words, people are becoming more safe in terms of this, more aware of it. And part of it is the treatments. I think the treatments are going to be a little bit more sophisticated and personal responsibility. I mean, you definitely need to have, I think, a couple instruments on hand. One is the oximeter, which I'll show as soon as I get it. And then the other one is that handheld thermometer. In other words, you should be able to take your temperature. Between those two, then it is an indication whether or not you should go to the hospital or you can actually stay home.
So look at Hong Kong real quick. I mean, if we're going to use data, let's take a look at that and say this is what we should be doing.
Let's go to
Hong Kong never shut down. They never officially shut down. They closed their international airports. They shut off China, but they still operated.
We have Narayanji. He's from Hong Kong, so I think.
So I'm gonna let you guys take it. Well, I'll stay up a little longer, and then I'm gonna hand off.
All right.
Let's talk about this.
Namaste. How are you doing?
Namaste.
Greetings, all of you from Hong Kong.
Namaskar.
Congratulations, Hong Kong. You're lucky.
About to discuss Hong Kong. That was next on the list, and you're in Hong Kong then.
That's right. Basically, I think we are in an advantage.
Mike, can you up the mic? We can't hear you properly, sir. Mike.
Okay. Okay, let me try and do the best I can.
Okay.
Okay. Um, we are in an advantageous position now because the last few days there have been no new cases which have got reported. And also, Hong Kong is being very conscious.
Hmm.
And because, about 17 years ago, we had gone through this SARS epidemic. And so that is been weighing very heavily on everybody. So lots of precautions and cautionary procedures, which are rather new to people uh, all over the world, is par for the course in Hong Kong, because even during a non-epidemic situation, you will find it very common for people to be wearing masks and moving around, especially someone who's got influenza. So partially to insulate themselves from their vulnerability, or out of concern that they should not pass it on to other people. So this has been uh, very much ingrained in the social fabric of Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong reacted pretty quickly. It closed the schools very early. Long About a few months ago, it had the bureaucracy working from home, and all the cinema halls were all shut down. Um, Today, the situation is is such that all the modes of transportation is functioning. All the four modes of transportation functioning. The bureaucracy possibly will resume work from next week onwards. Uh, so basically, the precautionary procedures are very much ingrained into the social fabric of Hong Kong. So
Yes.
that has been a
Yeah. Mr. Naramuthi, were you able to do all this with no government intervention?
um, I should tend to agree with you, because the government, it is, see, only when the citizens, they take it upon themselves,
Hmm.
they hold themselves accountable for
Right.
their own personal health, and of the health of the family.
Hmm.
Like they say, charity begins at home.
Right.
So you have to begin being yourself safe, and you must keep your family safe. Okay, so everything the government cannot control.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Right. But it was really the government and the people working together to accomplish this goal. Would that be
Yeah,
correct?
I would like to add one more thing.
Hmm.
You see, there have been many nations which have imposed the statutory quarantine, right? But when Hong Kong also implemented that the arrivals, they were told to undergo self quarantine, right? And they were all given a kind of a band, electronic band, and that would indicate to the authorities if the person is moving away from his location.
Hmm.
So there would be a cautionary phone call to that person,
Hmm.
you know, such like.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, see, where I see it in the United States, a lot of the states here want to do an experiment to see what works and doesn't work. And I said, you don't need to do an experiment. You can look at the world now and see how they're doing. Now, here's the problem.
Exactly.
Here's the
Exactly.
problem. The real problem of people here in the United States. We don't believe there's a world outside of the states. Okay, I'm serious. I'm
That
dead
is true.
serious. I am not kidding, because when I said that, it's almost
So
like,
true.
you mean there are other countries out there that
I
actually have,
know. I know.
Oh, I
you
get
know,
the,
but
yeah, but look how
and
small
it's,
they are compared to us. And I go, but they're
but
more
they're not
dense.
collectively.
No,
They're
no,
not.
collect.
Okay, I mean the thing is, but the real problem we have here is that Yeah, that's problem number one. Ankit shows the problem. Okay, that's problem number one. There we go.
That's it.
Okay, Ankit.
Thank you, Ankit.
Okay, Ankit, you can train Americans to do this if you show that up there. There we go. There we go. Yeah, we understand that.
Yes.
Okay, okay, that's problem number one. That's our leader. Okay, then problem number two is many people in the States, not all of them, but many people, we do not recognize the rest of the world even exists. So we want to do an experiment here to see what works between our states competing. Now, wait a minute. Why would you want to do that when the data is out there internationally to see what works and doesn't work? But we don't believe there's anything outside of the United States. And I can tell you, there's a lot of people here that the county I live in, I live in, I think it's called Lee County. Okay, and I say, well, where are you from? Well, I moved here far, far away. Where's that? Harnett County. It's like right next door. I mean, their idea of moving big time is to go from one county to the next. Okay, so if I talk to them about India, I might as well be talking about Pluto. Have you seen Pluto lately? No, I didn't even know Pluto exists. Well, there's this country called India. Really? Are there anybody live there? The Ankit lives there. You know, I mean, it's a lot like, oh, and where I live also, we had our first Indian restaurant move in. Seriously, first one ever. They've never had one here. You know, all of a sudden, bang, here's an Indian restaurant. I go, wow, what's this? It's called curry. Do you guys have fried curry, fried chicken with your curry? You know, I mean, it's just the culture here is absolutely amazing. That
it's basically it's the fact that America is so inward looking is also borne out by the fact that the percentage of Americans holding a passport.
Right.
So in India, everybody is aspirational.
Oh, you guys have passports?
American dreams.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
You saying?
I said
Well,
American.
Pardon?
well, it's more of an American nightmare when they arrive because they don't know what they're getting into.
American dream, maybe for people who are they are. So you won't believe. I mean, Nick, a lot of doctors come on our show and they check about the US in the morning. That what's going on in the US. They don't check about India. Can you believe it?
Right. Yeah, it's what's going on in the U.S. Who cares? Who cares about the rest of the world? Well, I mean, you know, the success of Hong Kong we're pointing out on IBM TV because we believe the rest of the world needs to know about that. Yes, Ankit, go on.
I would like Narayan Murthy ji to introduce himself because he didn't, and we would like to know more about it. I just have one line that people in Hong Kong knows Narayan Murthy. So I am talking about 7 million of them. And he speaks a lot of language. He's a social ambassador in Hong Kong. The rest, I think Murthy ji will elaborate.
No, Ankit is very generous and kind with his words.
He's great. He has 1.3 he has 1.3 billion Facebook followers.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Right.
Now, and also he's a genius in the digital marketing field. So that is what really matters today.
That's true. Good point.
When Ankit was talking about me being in Hong Kong and me being reasonably well known, the partial truth of the fact is that I am reasonably well known amongst the Indians in Hong Kong.
Right.
I'm not well known across the communities.
Right.
Obviously, I am not a public person in that sense of the word. I came to Hong Kong close to 25 years ago, and it's been an excellent journey because when I came that time, India and information technology were absolutely synonymous. So all I had to do was to sit in front of a prospective customer, a multinational company, and say that I'm from India, and that's it. And they would want to leverage me for mitigating their information technology solutions.
Right.
So riding on that crest, and also my own drive to succeed. The journey was very, very interesting, and I could make rapid progress in the business in Hong Kong.
Right.
So that was like I'm close to 60 years old now. Okay, and I have kind of rolled back my level of business involvement. The other part of the business I do So
Right.
one part of the business I currently do is in the recruitment side. I help corporates get quality quality staff and job seekers to get a quality job. So that
Mhm.
is one part of the business I do. The other part of the business I do is I run events. So I would engage a large auditorium and
Wow.
engage a very good musician, international grade musician from India, and have the concert and sell tickets and gain sponsorship. And that's the second part of the business. And for both these businesses, what is absolutely required is my interaction with the community.
Mhm.
So the same set of people who are possibly the buyers of ticket for my concerts are possibly job seekers, or the sponsors of my program are possibly the employers who will be. So it kind of synergistic. So it makes my life a lot more easy.
Mhm. Yeah, and you know a lot of people in your community. It's interesting you say that. Have you ever heard of a guy called Shado Khan, an actor in India? I have to ask a question.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
now,
yes,
okay,
yes.
Ankit, later on today, we're going to have one of the Hollywood producers, Wesley Elder, on. Okay,
Yeah.
his hit movie is running on Amazon after it ran on Netflix. It's called The Matchbreaker. It's a great movie about how these people hire somebody to break up
Yeah.
a match. Now he's a Hollywood producer, and we're going to ask him that question because here's the funny thing about Shado Khan. And I looked him up when Ankit told me about him. He's almost a billionaire. If he's not, he's a billionaire basically. He's very well known in India. Everybody knows who he is because every time I ask everybody in the United States, no one knows who he is. I'm willing to bet, and I'm not a betting man, that this next Hollywood producer, and this will be the third in a row, if I ask, "Have you heard of Shado Khan?" They'll go, they won't know him. It's just weird. He has no presence here in the United States. It's amazing. And I saw some of his work. He's really good, but it just hasn't gone past the borders and come into the US. So it's very interesting to see that. And like Hong Kong, which is being very successful in terms of controlling the coronavirus, gets no press in the United States. In other words, other than you talking about it and me seeing it on IBM TV, and Rakesh comes in from Hong Kong and talks about it, when you go on the regular press here in the U.S., we get nothing from Hong Kong. In other words, what they're doing in coronavirus. So, and we've learned to do this, but I've learned to do this when Ankit puts the dollar bill up there because we got trained to do that a long time ago.
I'm holding the phone with my one hand, so I can't do namaste.
Okay, namaste. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Right. So Vishal has joined
I mean,
us.
Nick, we have to ask Naranji that he is a good singer and he manages the music band as well. And he's not talking about that aspect of the life. Basically, he's very much into music. So Naranji, I mean, our viewers would like to know.
Very,
And
very,
we have,
very,
and
very
also we
interesting.
have Vishal Kothari with us, and he's a musician and a singer from
Yeah.
Bombay.
Oh,
Vishal,
yeah. Well, actually, when you say musician and singer,
Hi everyone. Yeah.
okay, we're doing a special every Sunday with Alexander May from South Africa. Okay, now this is another country that the United States doesn't recognize, basically, as a country. But I looked up South Africa. They have 57 million people there. It's as big as Great Britain. We get a lot of feed from what goes on in the United Kingdom, in other words, Great Britain, all the time. I'm the prince. Here's what we get from South Africa. Okay, so I had to look her up, and the thing is, Alexander May is very well known, and Ankit, she had quite a few other people there that are just really well known singers on her show, Alexander May's Musical Cafe. I'd like to get more of those people on because they don't get any love or exposure here in the United States. In other words, you got some great people worldwide that just don't get exposure. And I'll give you another thing that just happened here, so you guys will know about. So we're convening a task force to work at the coronavirus. Of all the brilliant minds in the world, guess where all the brilliant minds in the world come from? The United States of America. They don't recognize there's other good scientists outside the United States. I am serious. I'm going like, wait a minute, there's good scientists around the world. And I know that from playing international chess. The top chess player in the world is actually from Norway. One of the other top players is from India, Vishwanath Anand. All the chess players know that. But if you come here, everything is like, oh, we're going to get the top people in the world. They're all from the United States. There's nothing outside the United States. It's just the nature of the beast.
I think
So,
there is also the fact that top 10 IT companies, I mean, all Indians are running those companies.
yeah, right, exactly. That's just the way it is. In other words, here we're very, what they would call egocentric. That nothing happens outside the borders of the U.S. And so it's good to see you guys on IBM TV, because now we can introduce Hong Kong. Hong Kong is not.
So we have two Hong Kong people right now. Rakesh is from Hong Kong, and
Rakesh has given me the update on Hong Kong. I would have no clue, because if you watch the media here, I am telling you, you can go all day and they won't even talk about what's going on in Hong Kong. It's like nothing. So unless it's the media shut out because, oh, that's way overseas. We're not interested in what happens overseas. And we've had people here actually say, some very brilliant Americans going, well, we need to do a test on what works in coronavirus. And so we'll get the states doing tests and compare the states against each other. Like, what about the rest of the world? Oh, the rest of the world? What world? No, it's outside the borders of the U.S. There's other people there, dude. But anyway.
Vishal from Bollywood, and he knows Shah Rukh Khan. So I think Vishal will take the... So Vishal...
Vishal knows Shah Rukh Khan. Vishal, you know Shah Rukh Khan?
Of course. I belong from the city of Mumbai.
Oh, so in Mumbai, right?
So of course, I live here.
Close by. Okay, we're going to have some Hollywood producers.
We are very close by.
Okay.
We stay very close by.
Okay,
so I'm
good.
the closest of all of you from.
Good. We're having our third Hollywood producer on today. We had Robert Krantz, who runs right now a show. He's got a 2-year contract with Netflix. His show is Faith, Hope, and Love. You can watch it on Netflix. It's a great show. He might even be on today, but he was on a couple weeks ago. And we asked him, have you ever heard of Shah Rukh Khan? Nope. Okay. And then we had Henning Morales. Henning Morales is a Hollywood producer, has been in there for years. We asked him, you ever hear of Shah Rukh Khan? Nope. Okay, now we're having our third Hollywood producer on at 1:00 today, our time, which is about a little over 2 hours from now. His name's Wesley Elder. Okay, he runs a show on Amazon Prime called The Matchbreaker. Okay, I'm going to ask him the question. Have you ever heard of Shah Rukh Khan? Shah Rukh Khan gets no love in the United States. In other words, and I watched, the guy's really famous. I did my research on him. Without researching him, they don't know who he is here, And here you have one of the best actors in the world who has no love in the United States. And probably what I told Ankit, we need to get him on IBM TV and introduce him to the Americas, because we don't even know who he is, I think that would be great, so. Oh, Vishal, what city are you? Are you in Mumbai right now?
Yeah, I am in Mumbai right now. Hope you guys can listen to me.
Okay.
Yes.
Hope the audio is good, loud and clear.
Yeah,
of course, I'm in Mumbai.
Yeah.
I'm from Mumbai. I'm born and brought up in Mumbai.
Okay. So what do you do?
I am a singer by profession, and first of all, I'm a very good friend with Ankit, and thank you so much, Ankit, for getting me here with all of you guys. And this is the situation we all are in today, facing a very you can say a very dangerous situation for all of us, and it is very good to connect with all of you guys and spending some good time talking to you guys. And I'm a singer, so I will more prefer, and I think so music is something that it heals you. So now in this lockdown situation, I'm giving more time to music, and then I'm sure you guys, I'll sing a song for all of you, and I'm sure you're going to love the song, and you're going to little bit of the stress situation we are in right now, and this song will definitely calm you guys down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you want me to start with any song?
Yeah, we're gonna give you more of the stage in just a minute.
Okay, super. Cool. Am I audible, Ankit?
Audible.
Okay, just a second. I hope Rakesh ji and Narayan ji, you know this song, and it's a wonderful song, one of my favorite songs, composed by A.R. Rahman sir. अर्ज़ियाँ सारी चेहरे पे लिख के लाया हूँ, तुमसे क्या मांगू, तुम खुद ही समझ लो। या मौला, या मौला, मौला 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 मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मौला, मौला 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 मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मौला। दरारे दरारे है माथे पे मौला, मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मौला। दरारे दरारे है मारे पे मौला, मरम्मत मुकद्दर की कर दो मौला। जो भी तेरे दर आया झुकने जो सर आया, मस्तियाँ पिए सबकी झूमता नजर आया, प्यास लेके आया था दरिया वो तर लाया, नूर की बारिश में हो, नूर की बारिश में भीगता सतर आया, मौला 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 मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मौला, मौला 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 मेरे मौला, मौला 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 मौला।
बहुत खूब, very good.
Thank you so much. And I thought कि let's start with the prayer. और
Very
ऐसे
good, very
situation में हम लोग thanks a lot.
Yeah, I was checking you out on the internet while you were singing. The thing is, it looks like you're pretty famous in India, eh? As I would say in Canada.
I have been a finalist of Indian Idol,
Right,
top 10 finalist in the first season
right.
in
Okay,
India.
yeah.
Yeah, so I have been blessed, and I really feel blessed to be a part of Indian Idol season 1. So that's how my journey started, and then I'm pursuing music, and music is my full-time career right now.
Mhm.
And I've been very happy doing music, and as all you guys know that musician की एक अलग ही रूह होती है. हम राकेश जी और नारायण जी समझ सकते हैं. And जब आपके पास म्यूजिक होता है, when you have music, then you don't need anything else in life. So we like very happy being in music, and with the music we worship music, and everything we want to do, we do it with music.
Yeah, and the thing is, what we're trying to do is expand what we're doing here in music, and also give an international flavor of it. So, like I said, Sunday we have South Africa. Alexander May has her musical cafe, where she introduces all the people from South Africa, and then there and yes, Naramofri, yes.
Yes, Narayan ji, say.
Yes.
Yeah, please say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. You see, this has given an opportunity for many people, not only the branded and the well-known artists.
Mhm.
It has given an opportunity to a lot of talented people
Right.
all across the world, to present themselves via the Zoom Zoom app or any other type of app,
Mhm.
and do collaborative effort with people, because people who are in isolation,
Sure.
they would need entertainment. So lots of budding talents are
Yeah.
able to present themselves, and many of them are using their talent to garner funds,
Hmm.
relief funds.
Yes.
So there are lots of fund receiving and help giving institutions
Hmm. Right.
which are which are targeted at specific, because there are a whole 9 yards of people who need support.
Hmm.
you know for example, right in the frontline medical staff, they need personal protection equipment, PPE.
Yeah.
So that costs money. So there are some agencies which are basically garnering funds to do that. And lots of migrant workers and lot of daily wage people, they need to be fed.
Hmm.
So lots of budding talent.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if Vishal himself, who gave us a wonderful song just now, if
Hmm.
Vishal himself has aligned himself with some fundraising effort. I'm
Yeah.
sure he must have done that.
Yeah. And the thing is, what we could use here is an Indian cafe, since we already have a
Yes, of
South
course.
African
Yeah,
cafe. In other words, we're
yeah, of course. It's our duty.
yeah, because the
Of course,
thing is,
it's
see,
our
like
duty towards the nation,
yeah,
and
yeah, but like if you were to
What a
say
coincidence!
it is so simple to
What
actually have an Indian cafe here on IBM TV and export it to the whole world. If you said, I want to build an Indian restaurant here in the US, oh, you got to fly over, and I'm going to fly visit Ankit, but it's a 20-hour flight. You got to put a building, you got to open up a restaurant, you got to it's a lot of work. Okay. But if you said, I want to have an Indian cafe that brings in actors and talent and music and stuff, it's real simple. You just put it on the internet and you blast it over the whole world. I mean, it's not that difficult to do. So I think Alexander May, our person from South Africa, is doing a great job on Sunday, bringing in the South African community into IBM TV. But not only that, to the Americas, because, like I said, we don't know what goes on over there. So there's a big opportunity to actually bring in, and I'll have to talk to Ankit, because he's the guy who knows 1.3 billion people, about putting together an Indian cafe where you bring in music and you bring in people like Shadow Khan, who people here in the U.S. don't know who he is, and say, hey, it will introduce you to the people in the United States and South Africa, et cetera, because they really just don't know. And it's really easy to export right now internationally through the internet. So it's something that's really good. And Rakesh has been great for us because he gives us the report on Hong Kong. And I know both you guys live in Hong Kong. And for a long time, we were wondering if even IBM TV broadcast into Hong Kong. I thought maybe we were being shut out, because we got reports from all over the world right now. So I know we're being seen in the Philippines, we're being seen in Italy, we're being seen in South Africa, Mexico, Spain. In other words, I get reports on who is viewing us, and then I was getting no reports from China, and I was going, how's China blocking us? Or are they blocking us? But I guess in Hong Kong, people can actually see it, which is kind of interesting, So Rakesh, what's going on in Hong Kong?
It's as far as I know, it's
Rakesh?
pretty good. Hi.
Yeah. Do you guys know each other? Do you
Yes,
know each
yes.
other?
We studied in a university together.
Oh, really? Wow. Small world, as they would say, eh?
It is. So that's how I met Ankit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first time, of course, that Narayan is coming on the show, so it's quite interesting. Vishal, your song was beautiful.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Just loved it. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the thing is, the funny thing about the music that Vishal has, it's not even introduced into this country. No, he has a unique singing style that isn't even used over here, and so the thing is, it would be very unique to actually have his music imported here to the United States, and he doesn't have to travel. He can do it all on the internet.
I would like to play Alexandra's show teaser so that our viewers and also the panelists would know how it was. And I think especially for Vishal. So here you go, what happened on the show.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No, I wanna be right there in the middle of it.
So this was last Sunday, 3 p.m. EST, and there's the next show coming up Sunday, 3 p.m. EST. And we are looking for musicians around the world to do their own shows on IBM TV, and we'll speak to Vishal after the show if he's interested. So where's Narayan Murthy, because he's also connected with a lot of musicians, and I believe he can run his own show because he has a lot of things to share with the viewers and with the world.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and Vishal can invite Shadow Khan. Well, why do I want to be on IBM TV? Well, because people in the United States don't know who you are. Well, they all got to know who I am. Oh, well, we'll see. I mean, the thing is, it would be a great introduction. And I told Ankit we need to get Shadow Khan on IBM TV so that people in the United States will know who he is rather than going, who is this guy? You know, because apparently also it has a lot of Bollywood movies over there. And those Bollywood movies, they just don't get over here, you know? So he's not seen at all. But having an Indian musical, you know, a music show, that would be really great because we actually do have a very big Indian community here in the United States. A friend of mine in Atlanta actually runs a magazine and has about 40 or 50,000 subscribers that go to the Indian community just in the Georgia area. So it's actually a very large community, but it's not being served by the major networks because it's not large enough for the major networks to serve it. But for IBM TV, we could actually service that show and actually do it all over the world, which I think would be really cool because it gives another flavor to the Indian music. It's just the reason, Rakesh, I really want to go to Hong Kong besides to meet with you, Rakesh, because I love Chinese food. I'm sorry. Okay. You know, I mean, the Chinese food is really good. And frankly, it's better in China and Vancouver. I used to have it in Vancouver, but here where I live, the Chinese food isn't as good. You can almost tell which Chinese food is better than others if you eat a lot of Chinese restaurant. And I was in New York about a month ago, right before the virus hit. And I actually took my wife, we were going to a Chinese restaurant. I was going, hey, this is coming from Wuhan. Maybe it's not a good idea, but we went and ate there anyway. But unfortunately, in New York, which usually has good Chinese restaurant, this guy had moved it to more American style. And so it wasn't really Chinese style, you know, and we're going, wait a minute, no. You know, when you live in, I lived in Bellingham, Washington, Seattle area, right near Vancouver. And we used to go to Vancouver all the time. There's a place called Richmond, which is a suburb, has really good Chinese restaurant. But you know what? They're all the Hong Kong Chinese that moved over to Vancouver. And they have great Chinese restaurants there. But so Rakesh, the real reason is to go eat at the good Chinese restaurants in Hong Kong. But I'll visit you while I'm there. You know? So.
Yes, I've you know, we've had Chinese food in India too, but as you said, it was modified to suit Indian tastes.
Right.
And genuine Chinese food I've only eaten after coming to Hong Kong.
Yeah.
You know, I suppose in every society there are subcultures.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like there's an Indian subculture in the US, which is such a huge melting pot. I think the biggest melting pot in the world.
Yeah.
And in that sense, I'm sure in the subculture, Shah Rukh Khan is quite famous. He's the richest actor in the world.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that. I was very impressed. You know, I was going, this is amazing. This guy is very successful financially, you know, and very well known. And then when he comes to the United States,
in Germany, there was a film of his being shown, and the usher wouldn't let into Turkish girls who wanted to see the movie, and so they punched him up.
Oh, really?
So he's really popular.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's good, and I'm sure the Hollywood actors here the Hollywood producers that we have on our show would certainly like to add somebody like him into their shows or work with them in some form or fashion, or even get somebody from India who's an up and coming actor, because we've talked to several of the Hollywood producers, and one problem they have is they're good at identifying talent, but here's the real problem. You have to go through so many people to find the talented person, where a person like Shadow Khan knows right off the top of his head who's the next up and coming person to put into a movie. I mean, they just did, because they float in that industry. And so the producers that we talked to, and in about 2 hours, we're going to have another Hollywood producer on, that one problem they have is casting. In other words, sometimes what they'll do is they'll hire a casting agent to scan people to find that. And I would hate to be talent, okay, because of your talent, your odds of actually getting on are about 1 out of 300. At least here in the U.S. Oh, you're going to get on a movie? Yeah, well, stand in line. There's 300 people in line to audition for one part.
In India, the actresses have done better. Priyanka Chopra and Deepika Padukone seem to have made a break into Hollywood. Poor Shah Rukh Khan got stuck at the customs.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was going to go well.
Dev Patel is also popular. I think. Dev Patel, the young Indian actor,
yes. And Frida something. I forget what her name was.
Yeah. There's some that made. I think there's some that have made it over here into the Hollywood scene, but there's going to be a breakdown, and we've talked to that to our Hollywood producers about that, because it's so easy to actually film and produce internationally and distribute internationally. There's going to be a breakdown in the Hollywood studios, but still. He was saying that the reason why he moved the producers live in Hollywood is that the talent is huge in the Los Angeles area. I mean, he goes 750, almost 1 million people just work on Hollywood productions in Hollywood. In other words, they do movies, they do television, they do singing, they do the whole thing. So it's a big culture there in the Los Angeles area.
And he might have to leave, but I would like him to share some stories about the music, and also he knows a lot of languages. So, Narayanji?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear us? Narayan Murthy ji, I think he's having...
Narayan Murthy, can you hear us, Narayan?
Maybe some problem with it.
Yeah, it looks like he may have some audio problems. Vishal, have you ever been to the U.S. Any chance? Vishal, have you been here?
Sorry, can you come again?
Yeah, have you been? Have you been to?
Yeah, I can hear, but it's breaking again and again. So.
Okay, we're stepping up.
For your shows or for singing anything in America?
Yeah, have you been to America?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I have been 12 times to America.
Wow.
In fact, I was about to fly to on the 11th of March
right.
to Florida.
Nice
and luckily, we got a call that, so the government has called off and you cannot, perform.
Right.
So luckily, I didn't fly to America, and I am in India right now. So I was about to fly and about to perform in Florida.
Okay, all right. So you've done live performances.
So I've been a lot. Yes, I've done many live performances in America.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, the thing is, because the U.S.
Can you talk about the crowd? How many people join your performances in America? Because I would like Nick to understand how big is the Indian community in US.
Of course, Indian community is huge. There are, mostly I can say Gujaratis a lot in America. You guys can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, so mostly the concerts which I have done in the US are the hotelier conventions which I have done.
Mhm.
So there's lots of hoteliers, yeah, who do this convention. The hoteliers from all around the US. So they do this convention every year once.
Mhm.
Once a year they do, and they call a lot of artists from India, all the celebrities from India, all the singers, all the dancers, all the actors. So it's like fun, and it's huge.
Right.
How many people? What's the attendance? Vishal, how many people come and watch you live on in US?
See, the biggest till date I have experienced must be like more than 8,000, 10,000 people.
Mhm.
Oh.
Right. Yeah. Do you also perform in India
Yeah.
also? What is the attendance like in India?
Yeah, we perform everywhere. Yeah, we perform throughout India, and we have like a whole team, our music band, our managers, female singers. So it's like a team of 10 people. We travel everywhere in India, and like we do shows, we do corporate shows, we do wedding shows, we do college shows.
Mhm. Okay. Right.
And
And
what's the attendance when you perform in India? How many people come and watch you?
See, it depends if it's a wedding, but on an average, I can say around 400, 500 people. And it depends if it's a college gig. If it's a college show, then there must be more than 700, 800 people.
Mhm.
But comparatively, I think so. College gigs are always fun because we have all the students watching, and they are really very enthusiastic and very young,
Mhm.
and it's always fun to do a college gig.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, the internet though actually has a big potential following, as we've discovered. Running IBM TV. So the thing is, because we could go worldwide as opposed to just limited to one gig in one particular country, it's the numbers. Actually, when we were running the numbers at IBM TV, that there's a potential market of 4.3 billion people through the internet right now. Not million, but billion. And I like billion. And Kit likes billion too.
Nick, I lost you. I mean, I can't hear you.
Hello, namaste. Yes, Ankit, Nick, Murtiji, and Rakeshji, and Vishal. Namaste.
Namaste.
Hi, namaste, namaste.
Nick, you need to check your mic. I can't hear you.
I
So I
can
think
hear it.
Naranji have something to say. Naranji, you want to say something? You need to check your mic, Nick.
Can you hear me? And Kit, you can hear me now? Yes, I actually pressed that button. So, Dr. Sagu, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Nick. Thank you.
Right. So what's happening in the medical world right now with this coronavirus? Are you doing any bariatric surgeries?
Not right now. We are not doing the bariatric surgeries, but yes, we are doing some emergency surgeries, and we are following some guidelines while doing the surgeries. Like, I mean, there are the many phases where we have divided the patients into some phases. So you can say the first phase is the pre-hospital patients. So when we have to consult the patients, and we are basically consulting through the telemedicine only, we are not physically consulting the patients. And there are some norms which has been made by our societies, because we are running a lot of societies like Obesity Society of India. There is the International Federation of Obesity and Metabolic Surgery, IFSO. And according to the guidelines, basically, we are screening the patient while doing the telemedicine. So number one, there are basically 5 or 6 parameters by which we are screening the patient. Number one, there should not be symptoms of the COVID. Number two, there should not be contact history with the COVID patient. And number 3 is there should not be any travel history in the past 1 month. And number 4, the patient should be in quarantine for at least 14 days. And number 5 is patient should be following the social distancing guidelines.
Yeah.
Now, we asked the patient. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see telemedicine actually increasing now because of the coronavirus?
Yeah. So now I did around 6 consultations today through the telemedicine. So basically, the telemedicine is become beneficial for us without coming in contact with the patient, because we don't know, even the asymptomatic COVID patients, they're increasing now. So we are not coming in contact with the patient, and we are consulting the patient by just taking the history and by seeing just the reports only. And for the physical examination, we are calling the patient in the hospital. But if you consult 100 patients, I think you require only 20 or 25 patients to be there in the hospital. At least you are downgrading the crowding of the hospital. You're downgrading the chances of coming in contact with the COVID patients.
So what do you do when you're consulting them as a bariatric surgeon? What sort of consultation can you do on the internet that makes a difference?
So basically, the consultation starts with our history. We start with the history, that the personal history. We ask about the symptoms of the patients and the problem of the patients. This may be a tiredness, this may be increasing weight, and this may be a diabetic history, this may be hypertensive history, and history of any other comorbid condition. There may be history of the sleep also, history of the stress also, and other problems. Maybe it may be the backache, it may be the knee problems, and some others. Right? Then we take any family history, because in the obesity there is always a family history.
Right.
So because the obesity is running in the family, because nobody is running in the family. So so that is why we are getting so many patients in one family.
Right, because they never go for a walk.
Yeah. Because this is a modern lifestyle which we have adapted to. We are not doing any physical activities. We are taking everything by sitting. We are not eating mindfully. Our mind is at the screen, and we are eating, and we don't know how much we have eaten. So we have not the exact idea of the portion size. We don't have exact idea of the contents what we are eating. So there is always the family history is also very, very important when we do the consultation for the bariatric.
Right.
Then we take a history. Yeah,
go on.
Yeah.
You take history first. Then what do you do next after you get the family history?
So the next history is we take a history of any weight loss history. Within the past, the patient has done any attempted any opportunities, or had made efforts to lose weight, maybe by dieting or by exercising or anything. Because by this history, you will come to know that if the patient has lost weight by dieting or exercising, and once he or she has lost the weight and then regained the weight, there may be failure of the diet, or there may be failure of the exercise. So this will exactly tell you the nature of the patient and the compliance of the patient, whether the patient is compliant or patient is non-compliant.
Do you think telemedicine will, because of everybody now is getting conditioned to using the internet, do you think telemedicine will actually start increasing to negate having people come in the office? Because when I go see my physician, I spend, I think, half my time filling out paperwork.
So when you have screened already on the internet, and when you enter your hospital, number one, you will be very much recognize your physician. You have a bonding with your physician. So you don't have to waste the time to make a bonding with your physician, and you don't have to waste your time to tell your history. So everything is there in place, and now the other paperwork can start, and the physician can directly start your physical examination, and they can see you further.
Yeah, but I also think it's more efficient, because then you don't have to get in a car here. At least for me, I got to get in a car. I have to drive, because I live in the boonies, half an hour or an hour to get to my physician's place. Drive an hour back, spend. It's a half a day. Spend half the time filling out paperwork and going through all this stuff. The telemedicine seems to be more efficient, because you just dial up on the internet, and there's even a computer calendar right now. I think it's Calendly that we use. That you can have people just fill out and have their appointments already done in advance. I think it's
even in some other fields also, the internet has come up with a lot of benefits. like you have a meeting schedule and you need to go somewhere. So the last week we had a meeting because we have an Obesity Surgery Society of India. So we usually have an annual meeting. That is not an annual; that's a quarterly meeting. So we do meet 4 times a year. So that may be the another places, some other provinces also. So you have to fly to other provinces for that. And now what we did, we had just meeting online. And
Right.
I mean, you will be surprised. There was no cost involved. There is no cost, and you save a lot of time. You're doing your daily routine here. You are fulfilling your responsibility at home. You're fulfilling your responsibility at your professional place, and even then you are attending your meeting and solving a lot of problems.
Yeah. It's just, to me, it's a lot more efficient to run things through the internet. And when I was working with ANKIT on the IBM TV project, what we found out is that the internet has become so well that we can hear you, see you just as well as if you were in the United States. And 20 years ago, that wasn't the case. But today, I mean, it's much more efficient. I would like to go out and see ANKIT physically, but man, it's a 20-hour flight. I've already checked. I mean, I'm going, no matter how you're doing it, spending all day in an airplane and all day coming out, 20 hours in the air. We're in the internet, you just press the button and boom, you're there. So to me, it seems to be a much more efficient way. Now, bariatric surgery here.
I'd like to interrupt, and I think Vishal needs to leave, so I think maybe he'll sing one more song before.
Vishal, if you can do one more song, because then ANKIT's brilliant. He cuts these little songs out, puts them on the internet, spreads them to his 1.3 billion people followers. So the thing is,
Okay. अब मुझे एक सवाल भी आपसे पूछना है. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. We can hear you. If we can't hear you, we'll beam back in. I'm just giving you the stage. That's all.
Yes, Vishal, you want to
Okay,
ask question?
Dr. Saab, I just wanted to ask you one thing. That it is also said that one can have coronavirus still, if he doesn't have the symptoms as well, but he still can have coronavirus.
Yes, Vishal, it's true. Because, when we see the scenario of the patients, around 80% patients, they are having mild symptoms or no symptoms. Even the asymptomatic patients, they can have a coronavirus because, this virus is lethal, but this virus is lethal to only few of the patients. They're lethal to the patients who have a chronic disease. They're lethal to the patients who have a very, very low immunity. If like you, me, the patients who having a very good immunity, the virus can come and can go, and you even didn't know that. So the virus will come and go. So it means the asymptomatic patients, they are more asymptomatic patient. And today, what happened with me? The one patient was posted for the emergency surgery for the obstructed hernia. So we have a guidelines that before performing any surgery, we need to get the COVID-19 test, and we should follow all the guidelines. And we did a COVID-19 test just for the screening before starting the surgery, and he came to be positive. He came positive. There was no symptom of COVID.
Okay.
So asymptomatic patients, they can be there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'll just wrap up with one song. And it's a beautiful song. Again, like भगवान हमको शक्ति दे और इस वायरस को हम मात दे सकें. दूर अज्ञान के हो अंधेरे, तू हमें ज्ञान की रोशनी दे, हर बुराई से बचते रहे हम, जितनी भी दे भली जिंदगी दे, बैर होना किसी का किसी से, भावना मन में बदले की होना, हम चले नेक रास्ते पे हमसे, भूल कर भी कोई भूल होना. इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना, इतनी शक्ति हमें दे न दाता, मन का विश्वास कमजोर होना. So I pray for every one of you, and please be safe, and please आप अपना ख्याल रखिएगा, अपने घर वालों का ख्याल रखिएगा. एंड आई विश कि हम सब लोग फिर से ऐसी जिंदगी एक बार हंसी खुशी फिर से रिज्यूम करें, फिर से हम लोग वैसी ही जिंदगी में वापस जल्दी चले जाएं. यही हमारी प्रार्थना होगी ऊपर वाले से. एंड थैंक यू सो मच वंस अगेन अंकित फॉर गेटिंग मी हियर. राकेश जी, थैंक यू सो मच. डॉक्टर साहब, थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you so much for your lovely and motivating lines.
Lovely song.
Definitely, this is going to be
Anything
beneficial for us. Yeah.
And Vishal, our viewers would like to
and
see you.
anytime if you want to listen to our songs,
They want to see you more.
anytime if you want to listen to any of the songs, for sure, promise, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Yes, Dr. Saboo. So, how's the situation in India? After
Situation, I think there are so many reasons for the smiling on our faces, because we are doing good, and at least we are able to contain the disease in India.
Yeah, well, what about since we have an obesity problem here in the United States, 40% of the people in America are either obese or morbidly obese. What is the thing that they can do to stop that? Because one of the problems also is that these people, when they get coronavirus and they suffer from hypertension, they have diabetes, they end up passing away at a much higher rate. What can be done to slow this obesity epidemic down? Because it's an epidemic here that's just going unrecognized. What can people do?
Yeah, Nick, we were discussing that the reason for the death rate higher in the young people is the main risk factor is coming as an obesity. So there was one survey has been done, one study from United States. What they did, they did a survey, a prospective study, and they got some patients from I think 14 or 15 countries, and they evaluated the risk factor. And what they came to know, the results were that from age 18 to 49, 60% patients admitted in the hospital with COVID-19, they were obese.
Mm-hmm.
And we talk about from 50 to 65 years of the age range, around 51% patients were obese.
Mm-hmm.
And more than 65, around 41% was obese. But 70% patients were the hypertensive. So the obesity is coming as a big risk factor, which increases the severe response of the COVID-19. So we are not talking about the normal response of the COVID-19 to the patients, but the severe response. So severe response, like a lot of complication, lung complication, other complication, the patients who require the ventilator, who require intensive care, and they are having a low oxygen saturation, they are coming from obesity. Obesity can give rise to diabetes, hypertension, and other so many conditions, some lung disease. Because of the obesity, your lung capacity is also not much. So you have a lower lung capacity. So if you have a lower lung capacity, then you are more prone to have a complication because of the COVID-19. Right. So my recommendation would be, if you are obese, you should take care of your obesity, and you should take care of all the conditions associated. If you are diabetic, you should keep your diabetes under control. If you have hypertension, you have to keep your hypertension under control. If you have a lung disease, don't forget to take all the medication. If you have asthma, take your inhalers. At least you should keep all the disease under control. If you will keep all the disease under control, your immunity can fight with the COVID-19. And if you have a COVID-19, that the severe response would not be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you
here's the problem that I see over here, because they don't address, at least in the United States, the obesity epidemic. Because, and here's the reason why, Dr. Sagu, you're infringing on our rights to drink Coca-Cola. You're infringing on our rights to eat Pringles. Okay, not to say I don't like this stuff, but I'm just saying that one problem that we have here, and the reason why our obesity there's an epidemic and it's not being addressed in the media, is that it offends people to tell people that they're obese. What do you do in that?
Yeah. So, yeah, I won't be wrong if I would say that the obesity is definitely linked to diabetes, hypertension, other condition, and the obesity is linked to your poor diet.
Right.
You know, the reason for the obesity is having an ultra processed diet, and you know the food industries have advertised it in this way that they manage to sell this ultra processed diet to all of us.
Sure.
They can provide this ultra processed diet to anywhere, anytime, anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So
yes.
we are also very much accessible to this diet because this is easily available, maybe cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
These types of diet, they are cheaper also.
Sure.
Suppose we are going on the highway. And yes, everything you have.
Do you guys have these Pringles over there? Do you have?
Yeah, we have.
Potato
We
chips?
have Pringles. Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Everything we have.
That's by the way, it's a bad idea. I mean, the thing is, you guys drink this stuff over there?
Yeah.
Everything we have.
See the calories?
Yeah.
I'll say with Dr. Sagu and you that in India there was an article I read that there's a sweet shop called Haldiram. Okay.
Yeah.
So that sweet shop, I mean, serves a lot of sweets. I mean, you name the sweet and they have it. Maybe 500 varieties of sweets and namkeens. Okay, Chip. Now within the 2 kilometer radius of that sweet shop, there are more diabetic doctors than other places.
Yes.
So
basically,
there's obesity now in India. Then is that what you're saying? Obesity.
Yeah, obesity in India. You know, earlier the India was known for the starvation.
Right.
So a lot of people they are being dying of starvation. But now, because of easy availability, because of the taste, everything, now these types of things, they're coming to less developing countries also. They're coming to Asian countries also. So now, you know, we have both the things. We have a starvation also in some places. We have obesity also. And our obesity is also increasing. It is coming up to 30% now. So don't worry. We are behind you, and definitely we are going to surpass you as well if this type of the obesity will continue.
Yeah, but this is not a statistic to surpass us on. It's like coronavirus. But what I see is that it because they were going, well, there's a higher death rate in the United States among African Americans than there are non-African Americans. But part of the reason why is the obesity and the hypertension and the diabetes that exist. And part of the reason why of that is the food that's available. You know, like I say, I live in the rural South, and if you go up and down our streets, all there is fast food and fried food. Okay, and that's
fast, fried, and frozen also.
Fast, fried, and frozen. There you go, the 3 Fs.
Yeah.
And so what happens is that people become obese because the thing is, it's being pushed upon them through all the restaurants and the, the food vendors. And if you want real food that's really cooked with, there is one Indian restaurant here. I told Ankit there's one, okay, and it just recently moved in, but that's it. You know, the thing is, if you want good food, and he's, by the way, really good too, but the thing is, if you want good food, it's really difficult to find in the rural South. Now, here's what is not being addressed, and I think it's because the media doesn't want to address it. They don't address this problem at all. Because in 5 minutes from now, they're putting on a McDonald's commercial. I hope you guys don't have McDonald's over there. Okay. In other words, they're putting on a fast food commercial. And
you cannot control the big fishes. The food industry people, they're the big fishes.
Yeah,
and
right.
You know how much they are investing on this, on the marketing plans, and nobody can check that.
Sure.
So if this food processing companies, if the food companies, food industries will not address this problem, and they will not give us the option of the healthy food,
Right.
I don't think that we can contain the obesity. We can contain the COVID. We can not contain the obesity.
Yeah, right. We can train. Yeah, but see, obesity, we haven't looked at the data yet, but I have Ankit who can always find the data. I'm wondering how many people will die of hypertension, diabetes, and things that are created by obesity. In other words, does that actually kill more people than the coronavirus? You know? In other words, if we were to look at the data, it probably actually, you're going to pull the data. Do you have it, Ankit? I believe
of the data, but I'm not sure about the source. But what I'll try to share it. I'm not sure whether it's good or bad.
You're never sure of the quality of the data.
But you know what happened? During this lockdown, people who have been dying every day with accidents and with some murders and things like that, they are like zero.
Mhm.
No accidents, no murders, nothing natural, anything like that. It's only coronavirus or natural death. So I think we are saving a lot of people because I think Dr. Sagu would agree that in India, maybe hundreds of people are dying due to accident every day.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If I talk about the New Delhi, the data says that we have a 450 deaths per day because of the accidents.
Yeah.
Because of accident. I'm not talking about any diabetes. I'm not talking about the
Nothing,
hypertension.
only pure accidents. And
How
then
many
we are-
is it now? How many is it now?
Yeah, I didn't get
Traffic pollution, air pollution, water pollution, noise pollution. These are four major killer of the countries. So I think we are escaped from all these four things in the COVID era. But ultimately, they are going to start again. We are going to pollute the nature again. We are going to increase the traffic, and we are going to have increased the deaths because of all these things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we need to build up.
I agree. I think right now that there's some benefits of COVID-19. No accidents in New Delhi, no murders, blue skies, clean air, all the benefits of COVID-19. But as soon as they say, okay, everybody back to work, here comes the pollution, here comes all the bad habits, we're not going to learn anything. But something that could be controlled is obesity and diabetes and hypertension, but you have to bring that to the people's attention, because unless they know about it. And what I see is that, at least in our media, we don't want to bring it to people's attention because there's a conflict of interest. The conflict is the advertiser comes in and it's McDonald's. Your advertiser comes in, it's a food processing plant. You see what I mean? In other words, your advertisers and the people that feed the media are the restaurant industry. They were going, hey, what are you doing talking about this stuff when there's a chain here called Bojangles, like, no kidding, Bojangles, of all places, fried everything. And let me tell you something, Dr. Sagu, they're lined up in their cars now getting takeout of this fried food. Really bad food for you, lined up here in the South. And then they walk out and they weigh, not unusual to see people weigh 300 to 400 pounds. In other words, probably people shouldn't weigh that much. And so the thing is, it's a real problem. And there's no one leading the charge on obesity here and healthy food, except every now and then Dr. Yu will get in and say, hey, we got to have a healthy lifestyle. But most people, they don't discuss that. It's also, I think the other reason is you offend 40% of your audience, at least here in the United States. Oh, I'm offended. You're talking about me being overweight. You see what I mean? And they don't want to offend their audience that, hey, that's something you're talking about. Because also a lot of the people that watch television, what do they do all day? They eat Pringles and they watch television. And then they drink Coca-Cola. By the way, a good sponsor of television, good sponsor. And they watch television. So here's what you're doing all day. You're doing this, and one, two.
I have to repeat it again. It's all about this thing.
Turn it right side up, please. Cut it upside down.
So here I would like to mention in this COVID era, because the most of the restaurants, they're closed. So now the people they are cooking themselves. They are dependent for the food on. They are the self-dependent now. They are not dependent on the restaurants.
Right.
So the people they are not coming to the hospital for other illnesses. So every day we are getting a lot of people with lot of things, but now the people they are not coming to the hospital. So unnecessarily the people were going to the hospital, or maybe because of lot of restaurants, a lot of malls they were open, and because of that they have a lot of illnesses. So if we can close all the restaurants, I think the 50% problem has gone now.
Really? Okay. Well, around here, all the restaurants are closed. So the thing is, but there are some restaurants that actually do have good food. See, there has to be a way that you say, well, the good food restaurants can stay open, and the bad food restaurants,
may not be better than your self-cooked food.
Right.
Self-cooked food is always the fresh. It's a natural and it's healthy.
Agree. Okay, so you think if we just toilet the restaurant industry, we may be better off. Right?
I think, but we should not be consuming all these things, chips and colas and everything.
Yeah, right. Okay, right. In other words, you toilet the restaurant industry, but don't replace it with chips and cola.
Yeah.
No Coca-Cola, baby.
So if we want to address the obesity, we should make awareness policies, and we should prevent the childhood obesity first. If we can train the families, then only we can have a check on the obesity, that is the adult obesity.
Right.
So that starts from our family. So if we can.
But Dr. Saku, do you know that people watch, especially children, they watch a lot of television on internet, maybe Amazon, Netflix, movie cartoon. And after every cartoon, there is a Coca-Cola or maybe something McDonald's ads around. And
Yes.
It's to basically delete or to make them understand that this is not good for health.
Mm-hmm.
And last week we had Dr. Arthur on our show, and he was saying that he is working with the kids, and he's hypnotizing kids not to take all these things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what he does basically. So he unlearns them while watching the advertisements and commercials on television, and they make people unlearn that this is not good and you have to do these things basically. So how we better that thing? We can create awareness, but how we can make the mind understand that whatever they're watching, they are all pretend things and you don't have to take it.
One thing I would like to mention here, that the parents has to take a responsibility for that. We should not keep we should not keeping our children with the screens and doing our jobs. So we should spare some time. We should decrease the screen time of the kids. We have to decrease the screen time, and we should give them time for the real games, not the virtual games on the screens. Yeah. We should send our kids outside in the park. There should be ample space for the sports and everything. So that we have to take a responsibility that the screen time should be very, very low, and there should be a real games, and we should make them aware about the healthy food, about the content of the food, because this is we who serve our children their first meal. So if in the first meal we are going to serve them chips on all this unhealthy food, then they will become a habit for them to take all this food. So this is our responsibility. The parents has to aware all the children about the content of the food, about the etiquettes of the food, about the habits of the meals and everything, about taking about the liquids more, and take more vegetables, take more the salads, and take more proteins. So this is the habit which we are going to build in the children. So we should not be blaming the children for that. We should be blaming ourselves, and we should we should do our responsibility.
Yeah, in order to be self-responsible for that. But when Ankit pointed out, which happens here too, they have the thing called the Cartoon Network here in the U.S. Oh, my grandkids love to watch the Cartoon Network. So, I get all the networks here. So they watch the Cartoon Network. Next thing comes on, the Ronald McDonald, hey, you got to go to McDonald's and eat French fries and fried this and fried that. And the grandkids, they do that with all the toys too. Whatever toy, they always say, hey, Grandpa, can you buy me the toy? Hey, Grandpa, let's go to McDonald's. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Because as a young age, they're very impressionable. Okay, so the minute if you want to sell toys to kids, it's real easy. Cartoon, then you put the toy. Okay. Next thing, the grandkids come up to me and go, "Hey, buy me the toy, Grandpa." And we're like, "What? You just saw it on the TV, and what? You don't even know what it is." But that's how their thinking process works. So what they do on foods and Coca-Cola and McDonald's and all the fast food industry, they're smart. They know that. So they impress the kids immediately. Here's a cartoon. Here's the fast food. So the kids are associating cartoon with the fast food. You don't see carrots and peas and bananas and fruits and vegetables. Come on, are you kidding me? They don't show, hey, these bananas are healthy for you. Nobody does that. All right. So here's the reality. And you know this, Dr. Segal. The reality is a major contributor to the coronavirus deaths is the fast food industry. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the thing is, there's no paper published on it. There's nobody who's researching it. No one wants to talk about it because what was that thing you showed me up there a while ago on the screen, Ankit? Why won't anyone talk about it? You have this piece of paper you showed me. Okay. They won't talk about it because they reach in their pocket and they go, wait a minute. You're sponsoring our show. So Mr. Palavita, do you really want to talk about this stuff? Because otherwise you see this, it's gone. There you go. He's got the big. I don't carry cash. I carry credit cards. He's got the C note. I'm gonna have to get into those. But the thing is, this influences the media. This influences the media right here, buddy. That's it. And so what happens is they go, well, if we start talking about this, we could lose our advertiser. And so they shut it down.
Yeah. Can we do one thing? Can we do one thing?
You're coming on a show every day. Kids wants to. All the kids have a question to ask. I'll just put up the question on screen. Maybe you can. Can you read the question? Can you read it, Dr. Sagu?
Where is the question?
Can you
there
see
is no vaccine for the virus, which can. So I think it's not full on the screen. Can you read it out for me?
I'll just now. Can you read it? So they want to know the answer from you.
I can help. I can help Dr. Sagu out. I don't know if you heard about that over here. Okay.
There is no vaccine which can be killed by the soap. Yeah,
right. And but the thing is, awareness is, I think, very important. That people do need to be aware that they can do all that they can to prevent the coronavirus from killing them. One thing is to have a healthy lifestyle, which is something that we do not promote here at all. And the other thing is, I've told people to have thermometers and oximeters, to measure your blood oxygen level, and you can buy them off the internet, $29, $39, so you can see if your blood
it's not necessary. It is not necessary because before dropping your oxygen saturation, you have a lot of symptoms.
Sure.
Now, dropping in the oxygen saturation is not a first symptom. So let this job to be done by the hospital workers, not for you.
One problem that the doctors here are seeing is that people will come in and they're basically blue. Because their oxygen level is down so low, and
before that, you have a breathing problems and a lot of things. Because if you have an oxygen saturation pulse oximeter in your hand, you will keep on measuring your saturation all the time, and that can create a stress on your brain. Right. That let me see my saturation. So because before dropping your oxygen saturation, you have a breathing problems. You will have a lot of problems. So that would be alarming for you to go to the hospital.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, that's what they should do. But what happens here, a lot of these people, they go to the hospital way too late. And that's caused a very large mortality. But what I look at is you want to do everything you can to lower the possibility of you becoming a mortality statistic.
Yeah.
One thing that you can do is you can wear a mask, you can wear gloves, dispose of the gloves. The problem is wearing a glove isn't going to help you. Yes, Ankit.
So, Dr. Sagu, I have one more question. So, suppose if someone is having some symptoms of COVID, okay, and that person is still at home, okay, maybe tested or may not be tested, because if he's tested, then he will be at hospital. and they all are using air conditioning, maybe split AC or window AC, and you know that air goes out outside, and in India people live nearby, so that air will cause some kind of problem. What do you think?
So basically, why the air condition is promoting the COVID-19 is by circulating the same air inside the room. So I don't think when the air will go out, this can spread the COVID-19. So its possibility is not there. We don't have enough data to prove that. But yes, because of the air condition within the room, whosoever is present there are chances of infecting other persons also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what about airplane travel? Are we going to be able to travel safely on airplanes, Dr. Sagu?
I don't think in the near future we would have a facility to sit in an aeroplane, because I don't think we should open up the international borders very soon. But yes, if it is possible for the air travel to start with, then there should be a lot of guidelines. So this will come with a lot of guidelines. Maybe they will decrease the passengers, counting 50% passengers should be there in the plane, or there should be lot of guidelines. Even then, you cannot have a foolproof, 100% foolproof that you will be saved of the COVID-19 if the person is sitting inside the plane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because what's happened to the airline industry over the last 30 or 40 years, they become profitable by pushing people's seats in, and people are sitting right next to each other. In other words, there is no space. You know, I mean, this whole idea of a safe space distance in the airline industry doesn't exist. They cram everybody in like sardines. Are we going to see that they actually start giving more space in airlines, or is this?
But can we also can we have a plastic curtain in between the seats?
They can do the partition in between the rows, but they cannot do the partition in between the seats.
Right.
So they can do it. I mean, they can just create a little more space and then put the curtains in between.
That curtains may act as a fovite. So that curtain may be the vehicle to transfer the COVID-19. So because they are not going to change the curtain at all.
Okay. That might be.
I think the airline industry has.
So this is the same thing, that the person is standing on this coast of the sea and another is a person standing on other coast. So there is no communication in between. But you give a ship in between and you say, take a COVID from this person to other person. So you are putting a vehicle in between. So I don't think the curtain will work in between the seats.
But Dr. Sagu, in our auto rickshaw and TikTok rickshaws, basically.
Yes, I have seen. I was coming to that point. Yeah.
So I'm not sure how they are doing it. I mean,
No. I mean that is the wrong thing, because in the auto rickshaw, if they are putting a curtain in between the seats, and the owner of the Mahindra has offered him a job for the driver in his big company, so I don't think that was a good idea, and that idea should not be give to whole of the nation. So that may be the bad idea, because you cannot clean. If somebody says you that you have to wash your hands after touching anything, or maybe every hour, so why don't you wash your curtain every hour? And is it practically possible to wash that curtain every hour? I don't think so. So if the persons, they are coming and sitting and they're going, and the next person is coming and they're touching the same curtain, so you are promoting the COVID-19. This is not a good idea.
Wow. No, you're right. What about Uber drivers? Can't you drive taxis and just have a shield between you and the customer and drive?
Yes. That is for the protection of the driver. They can put a glass over there, and you have to clean the glass with the disinfectant. You have to use a bleaching powder or something else to clean that. Regularly you have to clean, but the cloth you cannot clean. The glass or shield you can clean.
You're right. And then every time a new person comes in, you just have to clean the car, and then you could actually run taxis. So the taxi driver and the Uber driver should be able to go back to work. But the airplanes, the airplanes, I think, have a big problem. So Ankit, I'm just going to take my private jet over to see you.
Most welcome.
Yeah, take the private jet. One of the companies I work with has 6 private jets, so I was going, well, just get on a private jet to go over there. 20 hours. I tell them, hey, look, it's 20 hours flight. You know, but the regular airline industry is not going to be able to do very much in the near future, right, Dr. Sagu? Are they out of business for the near future? The airline industry?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. So private jet industry would definitely going to have a lot of benefit from this.
well,
But I think that they might use the current situation of the downfall of crude oil, and I think they can. What do you think? Because crude is already down, so they might be having some advantage at this point in time.
Yeah, crude oil is now has a lot of downfall there. So maybe they have a benefit of that. They have purchased a lot of crude oil.
Yeah.
So
You never know. I mean, how it works.
yeah.
yeah. Well, maybe they can reconfigure the jets. In other words, the airplanes. But but what's going to happen is the airline prices have to go up.
Yeah, definitely. Because the regular planes, they have to shift to their chartered planes now because the pricing has to be on the higher side.
Right.
Instead of sitting the three travelers, there should be only one traveler. So the one person who is sitting in the plane has to pay for the rest of the two also.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I just think.
But I think
well,
the airport will have a business. I mean, the airports and the drone taxis. I think they will be in business little soon. What do you think, Nick?
I think the airline industry is in serious trouble.
But what about drone taxis? Drone taxis like Uber drone, where they can have two people sitting on the drone.
I think taxis will get to go back to business, but two industries that are in serious trouble is the airline industry and the restaurant.
Hotel and the tourist industry will definitely have a very much downfall.
Yeah, those industries are really going to suffer until there is a vaccine, which looks like it's another year or so away.
Yeah. Even after the vaccine, also it will take around 12 months to come to the normal life.
Yeah. So Virgin Airlines was looking to get funded, but how many of these airlines are actually just going to go under? In other words, they're not going to be able to make it 2 years without customers. And I have scheduled flights this month. I'm going to have to reschedule them till later on. But even when I reschedule them later on, I'm not sure if the flights are going to go out. And if they do go out, because I have to reschedule for October now, is it going to be safe to even be on the airline?
What about the domestic flights, Nick, in United States? Are they on?
Some are still on, but the thing is, they reduced it to about 80% of them are gone.
Okay.
So we're down to about 20%, and of the 20%, there are very few people on the flights. You'll see an airline take off and only have a couple people on it. It will hold 170 people, 170, and maybe 7 on the flight. It's really, they're really running into serious problems here. And the real problem, Dr. Sagu, that's a problem. I don't see how they're going to solve it.
Yeah.
Now testing may be one thing. In other words, you test everybody who goes on the flight.
Yeah. Test and quarantine is must. I think we have a guidelines for the surgeries that we need to get the testing done for each and every patient before taking for the surgery. For the airlines also, they have to do the COVID-19 for each and every travel traveling through their plane.
Right.
So I think those type of the guidelines should also be there with the aviation industry.
Yeah,
and I also think that there should be one medical staff on the airline itself because a lot of people are traveling. If someone is there on the airline as a medical or maybe a doctor, that should give a lot of relief to the patient.
Yeah, I think with the time we would be having some guidelines for the aviation industry also. The government of India or government of any other countries, they will give the guidelines for them also. So otherwise, there would be a problem with the increasing COVID-19 patients.
Maybe one of the staff would be a medically trained staff, flight steward, or medically trained flight steward with all the certifications. Then they have a better knowledge managing the patient.
Even Ankit, for this metro to start with, I think they are also coming with the guidelines. They are coming with the strict guidelines that you have to wait at least for an hour before boarding the metro, and for the metro also you should have there should not be any symptoms. You should have a quarantine if you have a symptom. So there would a lot of guidelines would be coming for metro as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see testing that will tap. The only way I can see the airlines getting back is that everybody who boards a plane has to take a COVID-19 test.
Yeah.
Because there's no other way. And they did say that they can have the results back in 5 hours, or something like that. So that they've sped it up. They used to have it would take 15 days. Well, 15 days isn't going to really work. So what they have new tests that have come out, that they take the test in 5 hours or so, they'll have a result. But I think anybody who boards the plane, this is the only way the airlines can get back in the business, is you take the COVID-19 test, you pass the test, then they allow you to board the airplane. Just like I have my TSA certification, so I can go in the fast lane. They're going to have the COVID certification, or you're not going to get on. And this is the only way we're going to get the airlines up and running again. Otherwise, they're basically out of business for several years, which could be a bad thing for the airline industry.
Okay. But next, Ankit,
Right.
I will have your leave. I will take your leave now.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you so
Segar.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me
Thank you
here.
for your report.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was
sir.
quite an interesting thing, Doctor. I was listening to you backstage. It was really nice
Okay, Nikunj.
listening to you.
Yes, Nikunj.
Right.
You're welcome, Nikunj.
Really nice listening to your discussion.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Nikunj. Thank you so
Yes.
much for appreciating it.
Grazie.
Thank you.
I've learned this. So Niku,
Hi, Nick.
how are you doing?
Nikunj was there with us last Sunday and doing that wonderful little love play with us.
Right.
Yeah.
And what city are you from or out of? Niku?
Me, Bombay, Mumbai.
Mumbai. Okay, that's close to Bollywood, right?
yeah.
I'm learning. Okay. So if I asked him, because they know who Shadow Khan is, you know who he is, right?
We are still stuck on the same point. Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, good. I'm glad you did, because we're going to have a Hollywood producer on in about an hour, and I'm going to ask
nice.
the question we ask all our Hollywood producers: Who do you know of Shadow Khan? So far, none of them know who he is. He doesn't make any presence here in the United States for whatever
So
reason.
none of them said yes.
None of them
said yes.
Not one. Ankit's been there all the time, and not only that, we're recorded. So all of our IBM TV things are recorded and stored, so you can go listen to the recording. And I always ask them, "Do you know who Shadow Khan is? You're a Hollywood producer." "Yeah, I've been in the industry for 40 years." And they go, "All these movies that are on Netflix and Amazon, etc. Have you ever heard of Shadow Khan?" And they go, "No." Never heard of him. I said, "But he's really famous in India." Okay, and he is, because I checked his Wikipedia page. I was going, the guy's very famous. He's very wealthy. He's a good producer, good actor. I mean, he does everything, but he doesn't do anything here in the U.S. So someday he's the producer of Amazon. It was running on Netflix. Now it's running on Amazon. The name of the movie is called The Matchbreaker, and it's kind of a cute movie. I saw it one time. I saw it on Netflix, I think. What it was is it's a movie about a person who hires someone to break up their marriage. In other words, their kids are getting married, but they disagree about the marriage. Okay. So they hire somebody to interfere with the marriage to break them up, because these two people are in love, and it goes, well, we don't want them to get married. So they hire the matchbreaker. The matchbreaker moves in and tries to destroy the marriage. It's a cute movie. I mean, it's really good. So Leslie's going to be on in a little while, and I'll ask him that question, because I always think, wow, it's interesting that everybody in India knows who he is. He crossed the pond. Who's this guy? Actually, the guy's got to cross 2 ponds. You got to go across a couple of those. Usually we just cross one pond. So in Mumbai, do you work in is Bollywood a city? Like, we have a city called Hollywood.
No. It's not like LA. Yeah, but Mumbai is the LA of India, definitely.
Really?
But, it's not like a city like you have Hollywood itself.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Bollywood is just where all the actors and the team that works with them, that family is actually called Bollywood.
Right. Okay, so it's where the talented people go to. They all go to Bollywood, right? Or Mumbai.
Yeah,
Really?
they do.
Yeah. And is it movies and television? Is that what's produced in Bollywood?
Everything, all of it. Yeah, movies, television, Netflix, Amazon, YouTube, anything that's being aired that needs an actor, a script, the technicians, the director. It's actually here.
Oh, do
And
you guys have big studios like they have here? They have all these studios, and they're huge. They have 1 million people almost working in these studios, and I'm going like, wow. Do you guys have all those studios over there too?
yeah, there's actually a full-fledged film city.
Mhm.
And then you have couple of studios and different roads where people shoot and all of that. So it's altogether a designated area
Okay.
where you can actually shoot, and so everybody is not allowed there. You have to have permissions to get in there. Yeah,
Wow.
it must be like the Hollywood city, I guess, that
Okay.
area.
Yeah. Has theme parks ever gone over there? Like, do you have Universal theme park, or Disney has big theme parks right now? They have one in France. They have one in Orlando. They have one in California. And here's the odd thing about the one in Paris. Okay, Paris is famous for the Louvre, this big art museum, the Musée d'Orsay,
Yeah.
big art museum, the Eiffel Tower. You can't miss it. The most visited place by tourists in the city of Paris is Disney, Euro Disney, by
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
In other words, more people will go to Disney World in Paris than they will visit the Eiffel Tower or go to the Louvre or go to the Musée d'Orsay or anything else. The Cathedral of Notre Dame, forget it. They all go to Disney World. And I'm going, are you kidding me? Okay, but I mean, here's Paris, this beautiful city, and everybody flocks to go see Mickey Mouse. And what you're telling me is there's no Mickey Mouse in India? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, there's nothing like a Disneyland or Bollywood or a Hollywood theme park or a Disney theme park. So but we have different kind of amusement parks, but nothing on a theme-based thing.
Really? Well, I'm wondering why not, because you would think they would have a big audience, and Disney generated most of their revenues from their theme parks, more so than their movies.
Definitely, they're generating the revenues over there only, but
So
nothing as of now here. And now I don't think that considering the situation,
yeah, right now it's not a good idea. Right now it's not a good idea.
Anything would be even up in the mind till the next 5 years, I guess.
Right now it's not a good idea. But past the coronavirus, why isn't there a Bollywood theme park so Americans can go over and visit Bollywood? Because I kept threatening to go over to see Ankit. I'm checking all the flights, real cheap to go. But the thing is, I want to go to the Bollywood theme park. But you're telling me, or go see Bollywood. You're telling me there's no Bollywood to see, right?
Yeah, there's nothing like that. Maybe we just Ankit.
Nikunj, you need to talk about Ad Labs theme park based.
I was coming to that only because the amusement parks that we actually
and also what there in Gurgaon as well.
The Kingdom of Dreams.
Kingdom of Dreams. Okay. Yeah, because I'm a kind of a tourist guy. I like to go see all the stuff. And I know there's the Taj Mahal. That's big over here, by the way. Taj Mahal. Whoa. Gotta go. It's in Niagara, close to where Ankit lives. So I was looking on a map. I can go visit Ankit, then I go see the Taj Mahal. Then afterwards, I'm going, now what? Oh, I can go down to Bollywood and look for the theme parks. But I couldn't find any theme parks because you guys don't have.
But we have something like Ankit mentioned. We have something like a Broadway in India.
Okay.
So it's in Gurgaon, where Ankit lives in Delhi. Yeah. So it's actually just like the Broadway. So you have the fly bars.
Yeah.
I
was in Broadway about a month or so ago. Right before the coronavirus, I spent a week in New York. They have Broadway Week, by the way, for people who don't know. And all the theaters go half price, and restaurants go half price. They have Restaurant Week, Broadway Week in New York City. So I went there and spent a week going to all the theaters up there. And then now they're all closed. Is your theaters all closed now?
All closed.
Now everyone is just planning how we can have all of this digitally. Like we read something on a Sunday, there are many people who are trying to do something or the other. Yeah, Ankit.
Yeah, well,
also what happened is that with the entertainment industry, what they're planning is that people will sit on one seat and the second should be empty. So it's an alternative setting to the planning.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're making cross so that you can't sit on that seat. And
Yeah.
also, they're also planning to showcase how they are sanitizing their theaters post and pre-show, so that people can watch this and they're more comfortable that how they can join the theater as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
they're sitting scenario where no one can sit with each other shoulder to shoulder. So that is what the plan is.
yeah, but the theaters in Broadway, you're like crammed right next to each other. You know.
All of them are, because they want maximum people to actually come in, and they want to accommodate as many people as possible.
Right, right.
So-
And the thing is, I like to see live theater because you get such an impact on the live theater versus the, you can watch movies, but live theater is the best. They have one here because they have touring Broadway. Where I live in Raleigh, they have a theater called the DPAC. And my son has season tickets. It's as good as any Broadway theater. We have a lot of these, and they have touring Broadway shows that come into the DPAC, and they cram them. I mean, thousands of people are there every time. I would say packed, 3,000 people, every seat taken, every production. Now it's closed. There's nothing. Okay, so what do all the actors do when everything's closed? What do you do?
So they actually rehearse. We have a word in Hindi for the artist and everyone. So we say riyaz.
Mhm.
So it's like practice. Yeah, it's it's like practicing your art.
Right.
So
Okay.
the musician must be working on something, working on the voice, because that's the tool that we have. An actor has the body, the voice,
Mhm.
the conviction that they say, that's the tool that they have. Similar to a musician who has the voice as the main tool. So yeah, everyone has to just practice, and because that's something that can never end. Even whatever age and whatever it is, that can never end. You have to practice, you have to learn, unlearn, and that's a process.
Mhm.
And also,
Nowadays they're actually planning something innovative. So because people are not really aware that when will all of this get over, or how we are actually going to move ahead.
Right.
Yeah, Ankit.
And also, I think people, I mean, especially actors and singers, they are working on their makeovers as well. They're trying to come up with something new. They're trying to do some kind of innovations. They're trying to learn a lot of new skills which they don't have, and they are also ready for competition, because I think post lockdown there will be a lot of competition, because everyone will be having something or the other showing to the world, and that's what the real magic begins, I believe. Because ultimately, if you talk about digital, if you talk about live theaters, ultimately movies work in our society, and I think we are expecting a lot of good movies maybe post lockdown, and I think that's that would be the next case forward. But I now I can see a lot of movies are coming on Netflix. I mean, they're releasing movies on Netflix. I saw one of the Hindi movies also releasing on Netflix. So
So
Netflix,
it's now the digital releases that they are actually doing, because the licenses have been already sold. Before, it's in the pre-production only that the licenses get sold to a Netflix or to a Hotstar or Amazon. And now that they cannot release, so rather than sleeping on the movie, it's rather that they release it on the digital platforms,
Mhm.
and at least they can use it. But yeah, humans can find competition anywhere that they want. Even if in this current scenario that they can't do anything, now people have come out innovatively to record at house, audition from house, act from house, and they're just clubbing it, and the brands are making new stories every day. So nothing's gone, it's just behind the doors now.
Yeah, but isn't being an actor a very competitive business?
Oh, a lot.
You
A
know,
lot.
I mean, the thing is, how do you survive when? I mean, I look at numbers, as Ankit knows, okay, and when you look at numbers, I go, this doesn't make any sense to me, because even getting a small part in a Hollywood movie, you have a 1 out of 300 chance. They'll interview 300 people for one part. Well, nobody will play those odds in their right mind unless you're an actor. So it leads me to believe that actors are not in their right minds to begin with, because if they look at the numbers, they're adverse. Wouldn't you agree?
None of the artists are in their right frame of mind when they decide to become an artist. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Because and it's not only an actor. I would say it's actually with all the artists around the world. It's not a gamble, but you have to have the confidence on your talent, on the conviction that you can actually sell it. And yeah, the 1 out of 300 thing, everybody has to go through it.
Right.
If you even have to do this smaller part or this bigger part, you have to go through the thing.
Process.
Now it's up to you. At what age do you go? If you go at a teenage, and there are people who even started after their retirements in their 40s and 50s. So they even start at that age, getting into that 1 out of 300 process.
Yeah. But isn't there at a certain point in time you go, forget it. This is ridiculous. I need to go get a regular job, go work in the movie theater rather than try to be in the movie theater and just live a normal life. Doesn't that ever cross these people's mind or your mind going, hey, wait, there's something in it's called living a normal life? Have you thought of that or not?
So actually there's something that we actually talk to people and tell them also. And what about talking to people, talking to even our own parents? And we actually what the viewers, the audience and everybody is that if the actor is not there on the screen, if the actor is not actually in the papers, there are no talks about the actor, then the actor is actually dead. But that's not the thing, because we have a couple of things that are going behind the screen that everybody doesn't have to know. There are many private gigs, many private shows that people do, and that's their bread and butter. But what you're saying, that's right. We do not have a confirmed monthly check. That we do not have.
Yeah. Where's the paycheck that comes in every week? You don't have one, do you?
Yeah, no. So it doesn't come every week. There's no frequency of the paycheck to come in. You might get one day a big fatty check, and one day you might not even get a check.
Right.
Yeah. So that is a gamble, and it's not that all 300 who actually audition might get at some point of time. That's also not a surety. So maybe, some make it big, some make a business out of it, some get into some other field. It happens.
Yeah, it's got to be very discouraging. I mean, I look at this as got to be a very discouraging industry. So how do you keep yourself pumped up in an area where no becomes the favorite word of the producers, where they go, oh, you're interested in that part? No. Or do they send you a little letter saying, a rejection letter? Well, we were happy to interview you, Nikaju, but unfortunately, we're going a different direction.
No, we don't even get a printed or handwritten letter for that case.
Really? Okay, so you don't even get a rejection letter. Yeah. See, the thing is, I'm a professor at Northeastern University. So in universities, they give you these nice little rejection letters. Okay, basically, you're gone, and they get good at rejecting people. But in the entertainment industry, I would imagine that's the norm. They must have pre-printed rejection forms, but they're saying, well, we're happy to have you show up, but goodbye. And you don't even get those letters?
No, they just say it on the face. They don't give a letter.
Really? So the minute you do the interview, they go, next, and they just throw you out. Is that what happens?
Yeah, that definitely happens.
Well, how do you recover from the psychological trauma every day getting slapped? Show me how you do that.
This industry actually runs on passion. It can be anyone. It can be but do you know the technicians who actually work in this industry? They get paid every week. They get paid every month.
Yeah, the cameraman. Cameramen get paid every week. I learned that. The cameramen always get paid. The people who do the post-production get paid. The gaffers get paid. They get paid every week. The production people all get paid every week. But you as talent, you're a whole different story. Gone out the door you go, baby. Next. You know,
there's a lot of talent and competition in the market. So
sure.
Yeah, we actually try to learn, and maybe one day it clicks. And till the time it's not clicking, we actually, if we feel that we have a story that should be heard, we make it, we sell it to small producers, or we put it on YouTube. We do story readings, and just to entertain people, because that is the main motive. That's the passion, to actually entertain people. And yeah, so that's a big difference where it comes with artists. But A is to become famous, and B is actually to just follow your passion.
Okay, so that's the thing that's the thing that pushes people. Fame.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. It has to be a passion that will push you. And if you're lucky enough, you will get the money and the fame also someday. If not that, then at least.
How about this, guy? Motivation? No? You don't get motivation there?
Yeah, that does. We everybody always has something to keep the clock ticking.
Right. Yeah, because the thing is,
you have that knowledge.
I would think you have to look at monetization at a certain point in time. In other words, how are you going to make money at that stuff in what I consider to be a really competitive industry with, unfortunately, a lot of no's and, hey, do you have an appointment? Because I went to the NAPTI meeting a couple of years ago at South Beach, and a lot of people don't even know what NAPTI is. Okay, it's the National Association of Professional Television Executives, and I've talked to a lot of people in the industry. I said, "Hey, you go to NAPTI meeting? Well, what's NAPTI? It is the largest, exchange, buying and selling of movies and television in the world. Like, no kidding. They have 2 meetings once a year where all the executives buy and sell product, which is the movies or TV shows. One is in Miami Beach in January, and that's the one I went to. The other one's in Budapest in June, and that's the one I was going to go to this year, except we had this coronavirus thing. Because I was taking my wife, I said, "Hey, we'll go to the NAPTI meeting." And if you get tired of meeting the executives, which all go no, and they walk around like this, and yet, even though they walk around like this, let me tell you something. What they're scared to death of, Nick G, the internet. The internet is their biggest enemy. They go, and it's called OTT programming. OTT programming through the internet. They go, we're going to lose. All the data shows they're going to lose 25% of their market share will be lost in the next 5 years through OTT programming, and they can't stop it. Well, what's OTT programming? You're on it right now, buddy. Okay, OTT programming, and they can't stop it.
They have already lost it, man. So it's already it's only the traditional people who are actually still stuck on those TV sets.
Right. Well, there's so much more you can do on OTT than you can actually do on traditional. As a matter of fact, we had run a show on a traditional platform here for about a year, and it has in 40 stations in the United States. Well, 40 stations in the United States never cuts the demographic that you need to provide critical mass. When we run IBM TV, we run worldwide, and it has a much bigger reach. They were bragging their reach being, I don't know what it was, 40 million, but IBM TV's reach is 4.3 billion. I'm going, as Ankit knows, all I do is look at numbers. Wait, 4.3 billion beats 40 million all the time when it comes to reach. Why would we want to reach 4.3 billion? Now, reach is different than engagements, as you well know. So the thing is, the engagements are the challenge, but the reach is there. And
but the higher the reach that you have, the higher the frequency that you have, you get the probability of the engagements more.
Exactly. Well, the probability of getting the engagements increase.
I think engagement follow the reach. So once we have reached, we can have the engagements in future.
Of course, yeah. Because the thing is, the engagements can come because of the big reach.
And I think that is also the lifeline of an actor, basically, because they want more screen presence, and over a period of time, they start getting engagement from different producers and different audience to connect. Basically.
Yeah, right. And the thing is, and so the thing is, your reach through the internet it far exceeds what you can do on any other form of media. especially what I call traditional media, and the stations are so expensive to put together. In other words, if you go, hey, I want to distribute through I don't know if you guys have television stations over in India or not, but I assume you do. Physical stations, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you said, I want to be on 40 stations, because we would run a show on 40 stations here in the United States, right? How expensive it is to actually keep up all those stations. I mean, this is a really expensive proposition where the internet scaled. I mean, the thing is, you don't need 40 stations to run. So I just don't see, I see that the traditional media has a real problem competing with OTT programming. I don't see how they're going to do it. It's going to be a real problem. But if I was an actor, I'm going, gosh, the competition, how do you distinguish yourself between I'm better than this other actor? How do you do it?
We don't distinguish it. We have we really don't do that. It's up to the producer, the director, the casting guys to actually distinguish what actually do they want, and it's not who's better actually. The more I've gotten into this and understood, it's actually what somebody is actually looking for. So what kind of a face, what kind of a voice is somebody actually looking for? That is why those things are limited, and the people who want to get in are way too many. Way too many.
Right. So you're rolling dice all the time every time you go for an interview then.
We have to do, and there's nothing else that we can actually do. But yeah, even what you told about the OTT platforms, that has actually given more possibility for the actors and the budding filmmakers to actually come up front and do the things, because there are less of rules, regulations, city laws on OTT platforms.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Right. You don't have to deal with that.
That has actually given a bigger push to the OTT platforms to grow, actually.
Right. Yeah. And then the thing is, there are quite a few more platforms out than there was before, and it seems to me they're adding. As a matter of fact, there was a couple of them that we were following. One called Pluto TV. I don't know if you looked at that, but Pluto took off like a rocket, originating actually out of Hollywood. There's some other ones now. Hulu is out there. There's quite a few other platforms. So it seems to me there's a lot more opportunities to get on certain platforms. But here's what also, I think the people that once you get a reputation of being on the platform, you have a greater probability than the next person who comes up. Because once you fill the platform, like I've been working with Ankit, we're filling our platform on interviews. I'm scheduling now, like next week, and then eventually you're going to do like I do in my other businesses. I'll schedule somebody 6 months from now. Seriously, because I'm going, we're filled until September of 2020, and then we have a half hour available. I mean, that stuff actually does happen, and the people that get early on get in, they do better than the next guy down the pike. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast of any business. That
yeah, true.
It
always happens like that. Yeah, there's always somebody better than you waiting for to take your position.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Always.
Well, yeah. It's, to me, it's like a sport. Some of the sports people that we have on, the odds of making it as a basketball player, a football player, it's really, really low. It's like less than 1.2%. In other words, 100 people show up, maybe one will make it. The rest of them won't make it. And what they do next, I really don't know. And that's the same thing I've seen in the entertainment industry. They'll tend to morph into something else. In other words, they got to do something else because the entertainment industry is so competitive. Not that I'm discouraging you.
No. Now we are way ahead of getting discouraged because you're already in the pool.
Oh, okay,
So,
right.
Yeah,
the professional actors, is it a jackpot kind of a thing that they might get something in future, the jackpot while doing those acting regularly? What do you think? Because I know a lot of people who are very good and who have all the right choices and all the right etiquettes to be an actor, but they are not able to do it because of the commercial success. So there's a difference between commercial success and a good actor. What do you think?
True. That's what we were discussing. That what people term as a successful actor. So there are two things. One is a successful actor, and the other one is the good actor. Now, the successful actor does get the paychecks, but the good actor should, yeah. But the good actor will have to wait for it to have the fat paycheck, and for him, it's a longer journey, and it's actually, you know, you just have to be motivated to be there, because there are many people, and it's not that because they are not on the big screen, the 70 mm's, and shooting day in and day out, and just being in the papers, but they are actually working somewhere or the other and exploring with their talent, because a good actor actually only knows that a thing. A person who has a particular talent, an artist, will actually have that talent only to earn his bread and butter.
And how what is the genre in terms of acting? I mean, because some people are stuck with genre because I suppose he's a comedian, so he will do only comedic movies. So how important is the genre when you talk about acting?
So, see, more than the genre thing, it's to do with the public, what they actually like. So you take up an actor, and he comes up, and there's something new, the way he speaks, and he'll keep on getting the same type of roles. So that is something that the public actually demands, and the commercial business actually runs on this only. They cannot experiment with the actor because they don't know how the public would react to it, and everybody is not that lucky that they get the chance of doing something at a versatile level. But yeah, as Nick said, so to keep your the wheel running and to have the bread and butter done, whatever you get, once you get into the commercial business, whatever you get, you have to do it, so that it keeps on running, and it keeps you in the light. So tomorrow, if something changes, then you might get something new.
And Nikunj, I mean, I also want to know that what is the actor's dream basically? An actor, I'm talking about an actor who is a successful actor, and other person who is maybe who is in struggle period. So what are the two different dreams they have?
It's actually an artist dreams of just entertaining the people. And if I or any artist can actually convincingly, with a conviction, do this thing, that they can, entertain the people out there, whatever medium it is, it can be radio, it can be newspaper, it can be anything, that they can actually entertain the people out there, their job is done. And that is what is excellence for an actor. If he just looks at the basic part of the job, the success, the commercial success, the money, the fame, they all follow.
Yeah.
If we keep dreaming and chasing for the money and the fame, then yeah, that won't lead to anywhere else but to chronic diseases and negativity. But yeah, if we know that the basic business is actually just to deliver and work on your craft and give the best out, so there can be many things, and everybody doesn't get a chance in this field. You have
Yeah.
to be lucky enough to actually go get it.
And how important is your face and your looks while you, I mean, plan to be an actor?
So
Because people,
many a times we actually feel that the face and the look, and it's very discouraging. I also make my own self tapes, and we send it to auditions. And now that the COVID thing has come, so now people get to look at themselves more than ever before.
yeah.
So and they can hear themselves when they speak, so they know how it is, and it gets very discouraging. Many a times you don't want to listen to your own voice, you don't want to look at your own self. But here and there are many big casting names in Bombay, in Bollywood itself. I don't know if they'll ever come, if we get a chance to get them here to say these things to our viewers. But they have been doing it on their own Instagram and Facebook lives, where they have been motivating the actors, who are at home right now.
Okay.
So they have been telling them that it's nothing to do with the way they look or whatever. See, this is all God gifted.
Yeah.
The only thing that you can do is you can eat right, you can exercise, you can sleep right. Only these three things can actually just turn your body into something better, and maybe you can have more fighting ability in the future. But yeah, if a role requires somebody to be skinny, to be fair, to be dark, to be any color, any kind of hair, or maybe bald guy, and if that thing requires and you have that, the casting guy might have you. But yeah, you cannot depend on it as a bread and butter for your life. So you'll have to see how it goes.
And also, I've seen a trend that a lot of actors, maybe not actors, maybe people and young boys and not young, maybe married boys as well, married men, they have a beard, and they are keeping that beard for a couple of years. And I don't understand, because for me, everyone is looking same with a beard,
Yeah.
with the body, and with the same t-shirt and jeans. So I can't distinguish. And same goes with
Oh,
the
you're
acting.
missing on the haircut.
Yeah, haircut. Yeah. So how can a producer or maybe a director can align those? Because I can see 10 different actors looking like same with just a different headset or maybe in forehead or eyes. Everything is same.
So the casting guys actually have way more people that they know. Their database is really huge. So it's not only that similar kind of people come, yeah, but you might see the similar kind of people in the queues outside the studios.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the character actually requires that kind of a hairstyle or something like that. Then somebody might click. But it's more than the yeah, you're right, and that is a feeling that I also have. I have also told a couple of people that it's everyone shouldn't look the same.
Yeah.
I've seen that in Bombay. Everybody looks the same.
Yeah.
They're all the same. They all look the same. So if I go to Bombay, I'll go, everybody here looks the same. Is that
No, so who actually want to be actors or the artists of a particular age group, say maybe 18 to 25, 27,
Yeah.
and they all look the same. And that is something with the beard game that's actually globally.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Everybody wants to have some kind of a stubble, and now the pepper and what do you call that, salt and pepper look. Now
The Brad look, right? The
So
Brad.
they are like this with a body and also with a beard and a cap, and they just, I mean, you can just see it here because everything is beard here,
Really?
and everyone looks same. So I don't know. I mean, why they are so similar, and I because and they have a lot of power, and they think that they are very macho and all. So
Well,
I told people,
Yeah,
why don't you go to border?
And,
Why
and,
you are talking like in the city?
why don't some of the people in Bollywood come over to Hollywood? Because in Hollywood they won't look like everybody else. And the Hollywood people should go to Bollywood because they won't look like everybody else. They'll have what they call that because you're a computer guy, and get unique selling proposition, USP. Why would I want to be an Indian actor in India, where I have to compete with all the Indians, when I can be an Indian actor in Hollywood and I have no competition? This guy just came into the studio. Do you know he's from India? Have you ever seen one of the? Remember, the thing is, they don't know anybody from India. We don't know who Shadow Khan is over here. We don't know who he is. He has no presence. So all you have to do, Nikaju, is you come in and say, "My name is Shadow Khan. Go look me up on Wikipedia."
So I think everyone needs an agent. I think people who have good agent, maybe Hollywood, they'll get off the movies. What do you think, Nikunj? Because I think that agents and casting directors and a good network would play an important role.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't actually get an agent. I have seen people who have been working in this industry for a very long time, who are way senior, and they do not have an agent for them, and they need an agent only to get into the Hollywood business, I guess.
No, I
Because
completely agree. But I mean, to be a Shah Rukh Khan, you need an agent. I mean, to do smaller roles or maybe to do regular roles. What do you think?
I'll be a Nikunj's agent. I'll say, look, I got this great guy. He's from
But
India.
Nikunj, I'm not about Hollywood only. I'm talking about generally. I mean, if you want to do movies across, you need an agent to line up your movies.
That's true.
I'm not talking about Bollywood. I'm generally talking about.
Listen, I'll be your agent. I'll get you gigs over here on movies in the United States. You know, actually, we have a Hollywood producer on in about 30 minutes. Wesley Elder will be joining us from. He's actually a Hollywood producer who I believe either lives in Los Angeles or Kansas City, because he did a lot of his productions in Kansas City, which happens a lot today. In Hollywood, they move their production outside because you get tax credits and breaks to film in different cities and locations. So they may stay in Hollywood because Hollywood has all the quote talent, but then they may film elsewhere because that. But I believe he's been filming a lot in Kansas City because he's from that area and has his production. Anyway, his show is The Matchbreaker, which is a great show. And I've talked to the Hollywood producers. And I said, look, you got to have some Indian actors on. And they look at me, why do you have to do that? Well, it's because India has a population and a potential reach of 1.3 billion people. And you guys do watch movies, Hollywood movies over there, right?
Yeah.
You guys watch Hollywood movies. So you need to incorporate Indian actors into Hollywood. Well, we would love to do it, but there's no Indian actors in Hollywood. Why not? Because they're all over in India.
Nikunj, I think you can collaborate. We have a couple of Hollywood actors doing Hindi movies. I don't recall the names.
Yeah,
but
so, the recent example is the Extraction of Chris Hemsworth and Randeep Hooda. So Nick, you know the Thor guy, from Marvel?
What's his name?
Chris Hemsworth.
Do you know him, Ankit?
No, I know him. He's from Hollywood. I know him.
Really?
Yeah,
that's right. You know everybody. I don't know who he is. No, I don't hang around Hollywood people. So how would I know? I hang around tech people, chess people. What do they call it? These educators and actuaries. So Hollywood people to me don't know them.
Only Hollywood producers. No, none of them. Only
Hollywood producers. We have Hollywood producers that come on here, and so the thing is, we'll have to ask them. They may know actors better than I do for certain. You know, it's not really a thing that I.
But what Nikunj wants to say that there are a lot of Hollywood. Actors. They visited India and they did some movies with us.
Oh, really? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think that's the formula for a successful movie is that you have to incorporate people from India, China, the United States, Europe. And if you do that into your movie, you now have a reach that's a lot greater than if you just have American actors, for example. You know, it's because the thing is people are looking to associate with actors from other places. But I'll also say, and I'll talk to Wesley about it when we sit here, that pulling actors from India, like if you went to a talent pool here and you're looking for Indian actors, there probably aren't too many of them, you know, in the United States. They just, not like Bollywood. But conversely, I would imagine, but I don't know, in Bollywood, are there a lot of American actors who went over there to seek their fame and fortune? Nikunj, do you have a lot of American actors you compete with over there?
I think Nikunj froze down. Nikunj, can you hear?
Do you compete with a lot of Americans?
I again.
Oh, okay, right. We're back again. Do you compete?
Yeah, now I can.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Do you compete with a lot of American actors over there? Perfect. You know,
no.
So this is what I'm saying, Ankit, because the American actors, like if you go to film school here at University of Southern California or NYU, they immediately run to Hollywood or New York. They shouldn't do that. They should run to Bollywood. Because remember you said, hey, they all look the same. Well, they won't if they come from USC. Are you kidding me? you know, and that's where they have the opportunities. And we've seen that in sports. A lot of the people that play basketball here in the United States, they go, I'm going to the NBA. Then they go to the NBA and they find out, no, they're not going to the NBA. And then they go overseas to play in China. They go overseas to play in Italy. They go play in Spain. They go play in Europe, where there's a demand for the basketball players. And that's how they make their living. It's just the way it is to have international. I wouldn't, if I was someone in India and I was an Indian actor, I wouldn't beat my head against 1 million other Indian actors in Bollywood. I'd hightail it to Hollywood where there's nobody there. That's just me. I don't like to compete. I'm not giving you
Nick is fighting officially to come to Hollywood.
I will. Once the flights and everything get going, I'll definitely be there.
Yeah, and then again, you have to have contacts. You need to know that some of these people that, like Wesley Elder, Robert Krantz, who's been on our show, and also Henning Morales, who's very well connected. He's been in the Hollywood scene. You got to know the producers, because otherwise you come here, boom, you land in Hollywood. I don't know anybody. Okay, that's not good, because then you're going to be waiting tables at the restaurants that are all closed, which isn't good. Well, I got a job waiting tables. No, you won't. Why not? All the restaurants are closed. Don't want to work in Hollywood, be on a movie. Well, you got to know the people that are there, because that's the best chance. But then you have a probability. See, all I'm doing, Ankit, it's numbers. Your probability increases dramatically to get a part, because they're saying, hey, we need to put an Indian actor in here somewhere, Oh, let's go to the.
Yeah, but I don't think that will be now possible till the next year, because I don't know, but I just heard as a rumor that there won't be any international flights till 2021.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's
Just
something.
getting
If you are good, you'll have a private charter.
Yeah, but you put it in your business plan. You have a business plan. Let's see, it's like 500 pages. I got one here, sitting here somewhere.
Yeah,
Your 500-page business plan. That's part of the business plan that you put in is go to Hollywood. Okay, get your list of contacts. Get known in the Hollywood circle. Make it in America, not New York. Forget New York. New York's too hard, unless you like doing stage work. If you like doing stage work, then Broadway's the place to be. But if you don't want to do stage work, you want to do movies and theater and television, hightail it to Hollywood with connections. And then you got to, increases the probability of getting a good gig rather than competing with 1 million people in India that, according to you, look all the same. They look all the same. And if they look all the same to you, what do you think the producer's doing? The producer's going, hey, they look all the same. Who am I going to pick? Roll the dice, guy. Boom. It's got to be a tough way. So anyway, I'm just trying to help you out here. Mohammed has arrived. Yes, Mohammed. Yes. Yeah. So what's the good news on the pharmaceutical front, Mohammed? Do we have a cure yet for this coronavirus? Because Nikaju just decided he wants to move to Hollywood.
But they need
Pharma is a select-free industry, always growing. There is no slack season in any point of life.
Yeah.
So
I
it's always good.
Nikaju is like an actor dude, as they would say in California. I've talked him to moving into Hollywood and becoming a very famous actor here in America, but he can't get a flight because of the coronavirus. So Mohammed, who does this pharmaceutical stuff, a real industry that doesn't stop, is going to update us on what drugs we can take so we can get going again. What do we got, Mohammed?
See, in India right now, the all manufacturing unit has resumed the duty, and we are manufacturing full-fledged way and supplying medicine across the world without any hue and cry. Even the last time, only paracetamol, azithromycin, and some few medicine, which is essential medicine, was restricted. Now everything is okay, fine, and everybody is supplying medicine across the world. No any pendency right now. So one thing is very, very good thing, because India is one of the best supplier of medicine.
Right.
As I always convey to the world, 80% HIV drugs India supplies alone.
Yeah.
This is a very big deal, and the 20% whole world demand.
Yeah,
even to America 40% approximately,
yes.
and to United Kingdom 25%. So this is a very good thing in the very bad situation of whole world which we are facing right now. At
Mhm.
least the medicines are on the supply mode. Back support is there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today,
Yeah.
today there is artificial intelligence report uh, in Singapore University,
Yeah.
and conveying message that by July India will overcome this coronavirus, and by September rest of the Europe, and by 9th of September whole America.
Really?
On what basis?
Yeah,
On what
yes.
basis?
See, artificial intelligence. See, they have their own calculation. We cannot believe, but see, Singapore is a very renowned country, and they have done this market research on that. And in India, NDTV has published this information today only.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. The thing is, they're looking very favorably toward that. Yeah, because India actually produces about 50% of all the IT support in the United States is actually done in India. And a lot of people don't know that. And as Ankit and we know, IBM has more employees in India than they do in the United States right now. So most of the tech world is actually situated in India. Now, the Hollywood world or the Bollywood world, which I'm trying to talk to these people, they don't have too many Indian actors over here. It's kind of like a dearth of that. So they need to get on a plane and go to Hollywood. So I'm trying to talk them into, hey, get over to Hollywood, baby, where it's a lot better. But okay, so pharmaceutical industry is moving again. Yes, Ankit.
And Nick, I think Shahbaz is trying hard to bring one more Khan, which is Salman Khan on IBM TV.
Yeah,
so I think,
Shadow Khan.
So apart from Shah Rukh Khan, we have Salman Khan, we have Amir Khan, and we have a lot of other actors in India. And I think Shahbaz can make it for Salman Khan. What do you think, Shahbaz?
See, one of my friend, she's writing autobiography. She's writing autobiography of Salim Khan, the father of Salman Khan.
Yeah.
Right.
And see, he's a very known personality in pharmaceutical. In Bollywood industry. So we can connect them very easily. Nothing to worry about that.
And Nick,
Ankit, I have, yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Ankit, I have already shared the communication with you. I think you will be inviting someday, some good day.
Yeah.
Mansi Dholakia.
Okay.
Yeah, She's the author. She is a British, Indian origin British author.
She might be joining us on Friday or Saturday.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah.
So then right afterwards, we're going to have Shadow Khan, right?
Salman Khan is as big as Shah Rukh Khan.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Shah Rukh Khan is the richest actor in the world, actually. Right. But the Salman Khan is having their own NGO, Being Human.
Mm-hmm.
And he's investing lots of money for them. Actually, he's working for the NGO only.
Mm-hmm.
And we all over the Indian and maybe the foreigners also, they love very much to the Salman Khan, because Salman Khan is the only actor in India because her mother is Hindu.
Okay.
And her second mother is a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And his father is a Muslim. So it's a combo. It's a combo.
Okay.
And also he does a lot of donations, and he does a lot of for the medical industry. He donates a lot of money to people and especially to kids. And the NGO name is Being Human. And
Being Human, yes.
It's a lot of interesting work. I mean, if you find it out, you'll get to know.
Oh, so Salman Khan's going to be on IBM TV then, Ankit?
Yes, it's possible. It's very possible.
I had to bring him because I don't have the context and I'm not sure whether he'll join. But I think Shahbaz can play.
Oh,
that's very possible, because he's also in the lockdown right now. He has just issued a video a few days back. He want to convey his message to the IBM is the lifeline of everybody right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there is no tour. This platform is a e-tour actually.
Right. Yeah.
From here they can convey the message to the audience, to the loyal viewers as well. So this is a platform. This is a win-win situation for everyone.
Yeah.
So Ankit, I think we can convey the information.
Yeah, please.
No worry at all.
We do beam worldwide, so that's very helpful. And it looks like most of our followers are in the United States and India, but then it has the biggest populations too. I mean, the lesser amounts are in Costa Rica, the Philippines, Mexico, Canada, but their populations aren't as big as the U.S. and India, which has a
Yes, of course.
huge population. But beaming through the internet, the way we're doing it, we have a reach of about 4.3 billion people, which is that's a pretty big reach.
Yeah.
You know, where we looked at all the other platforms, no matter how you do it, you're going to cap off at 40 million, 30 million, 300 million. You're never going to hit those magic numbers. So, but when Ankit was telling me about Shadow Khan and our Hollywood producers, I asked about it because I didn't know who he was. They didn't know about this guy. Then I realized we got a big disconnect between the two ponds. You know, that the people that are famous and the good actors and the talent that they have in India, they never reach it into the United States, which is really sad because the thing is, if they're a hit over there, they're probably going to be a hit over here too. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, but they got to get over here. It's just like Alexandra May from South Africa. She's big in South Africa. And I went to see all the other people she had. They're big in South Africa, but in the United States, they don't even know who these people are. It's kind of amazing that people can make it really big in one country, but not be well known as they cross the ponds and go to other countries. You know, but the thing is, like in the pharmaceutical industry, I would imagine it's a safe industry because even during the coronavirus, it's still a good industry, right, Mohammed?
Yes, yes, and the most important thing, see, we realized first time in the in this coronavirus infection, not only Indian but the whole world realized that there should be one or two more country where API manufacturing should be mandatory actually.
Mm-hmm.
So we were dependent wholly on the China right now.
Right.
But India, India, this time India has already started working on that.
Yep.
We are working for the manufacturing of API, manufacturing of intermediaries and chemicals, and what are the excipients required to manufacture the API. So these four industry would be accompanied with the pharmaceutical industry. Then we will be self-reliant on the manufacturing of formulations. We will not dependent on the China then.
Right.
Then it would be very easy and more affordable, more comfortable, and more confident also doing our job very well.
Right.
And not only this will generate millions of jobs also. Because right now Indian pharmaceutical industry is giving 10 million jobs across the world directly, and indirectly we can say the 5 million. So once these API manufacturing, intermediaries manufacturing, chemical manufacturing, and excipient manufacturing will start out here, then there is, I think, this 15 million job will be multiplied by 2, means more than the 30 million jobs. So this would not only be for the Indian, this would be the partners also. Suppose somebody is having manufacturing unit in China, and right now they are planning to establish here only in India via IBM TV, because IBM TV is a e-platform right now. So they can come via the IBM, and I'm in India. I'm taking care of all the manufacturing part, all the manufacturer associated with me, Pharma Ratans and the Rabdi Meher as well. So we can help them up easily to find the right partners, right association, merger and acquisition. India has a very soft corner with the US, Europe, and rest of the world, except China. Except China.
Right. But see, the real problem I have with China is getting data from them. In other words, and when we started this with Ankit, I said, I checked, we're beaming into all the countries except China, but it looks like we're beaming into Hong Kong, but I haven't seen anything in mainland China. It's kind of a difficult, I call it a challenging market to work in China. Plus they speak Mandarin and Cantonese. India, they speak English and the Hindu. Okay, and I do know some Hindu words, by the way, because a good friend of mine, Yashaman Homani, taught me all the Hindu words. They're all bad words, so I don't use them. Okay, he did. He taught me all the bad words. I'll do that outside of television. I know how to curse like crazy in Hindu. Okay, because the thing, and I asked,
Hindu is a civilization actually. It's a civilization. It's a religion. It's a religion. It started from Sindhu civilization. Then Sindhu civilization converted into Hindu, and Hindu is right now the religion. And my wife is from Hindu religion.
So
Okay.
Nick, when you talk about Himalayas, that's from where the Hindu civilization started.
Yeah.
Yes.
We call it
Well,
Hind.
I know all the bad words, and I asked him what they meant because he was teaching me all these words in India. I go, what are these words? They told me what they meant in English. I go, I can't use these words. I go, okay.
Because I want to just clarify to the viewers. See, what is the difference between India and China?
Yes. What is the
This is
difference?
mandatory. Yeah, it's lots of difference.
Yes,
See,
okay.
one thing. China believes in expansion strategy.
Mhm.
They believe in breaking the borders
Yeah.
and moving into some other countries
Mhm.
to capture that. And
Right.
they captured also. They have their bad legacy.
Sure.
But India is the only country that never ever attack to any country of the world, and they have vision not to cross any borders. They
Mhm.
believe in the grow together actually
Right.
with the value of humanity. This is the need of the hour.
Yeah.
And for a business community, the message should convey very easily, where India is a buyer and seller both
Mhm. Yeah.
in a very big way. But China is mostly a supplier actually. They are the exporters mostly.
Mhm.
They import very less amount of goods actually.
Yeah.
So this is not a mutual relation with any country of the world right now.
Right. And but isn't the whole concept of countries going to start breaking down? I mean, because of the internet and people traveling internationally and the multinational corporations, but the idea that you're from a country is more or less like I'm from North Carolina as opposed to being from Missouri. Yeah, you're from another country, but so what? People work in more multinational environments, and so the country doesn't. The nationalistic country concept over a period of years is just going to break down. It's going to be somewhat important, but not really overriding important. It'll be really more the industry you're in and all the people you associate within your industry, which will be on a worldwide basis. So if you're in media and you associate with people in media worldwide, you'll get to know all those people, or even like Dr. Sagu is a bariatric surgeon, will be able to interact with all the bariatric surgeons throughout the world through the internet and have more in common with them than they will in, well, I'm from India and I'm from Europe or I'm from the United States, because they tend to subspecialize. So I'm not sure if nationalism is going to exist in the next 50 years like it does exist today. It's going to change. I think the internet and travel, and that was one of the problems that Bill Gates was pointing out. He said the real reason why these viruses can explode is the travel that's done internationally today that didn't exist 20 years ago. And it's so cheap for me to fly to India. Like I said, I have no problem flying there price-wise. I've priced it. The tickets can be $600, $800 round trip, nothing, $300, and I can be visiting Ankit, except I can't do it now because they shut all the airplane down. And so when they closed the countries down, the United States had so many people, like in Ecuador. We had 20,000 Americans trapped in Ecuador when they closed it down. And I'm thinking 20,000 Americans are in Ecuador? But we had people all over the world because the international travel had changed so much. But what it created was one little virus in Wuhan, wherever the heck that is. I found out what it is. Look on the internet. It's a population of 10 million. I mean, it's a big city. But one little virus in Wuhan creates havoc through the entire world because of our international transportation system being so sophisticated that it can take a little virus today in one little city somewhere and literally go throughout the whole world in no time. And that's
kids are asking me, why can't we see virus which is spreading across the world and everyone is locked down? And I don't have answers because, you never know. If you think what happened in past 3 months, you will be amazed what's happening right now. Because right now we are mentally prepared for what will happen in future. But what happened in past, you'll be amazed to see if you just count the dots. Because it started in Wuhan, and then when we started this show on IPM, we know that there is nothing in America. There are some few cases. I still remember there are around 100 plus cases. And now we have 1 million cases in America.
I know, 1 million, just like that. Bang. But Ankit, remember, we were talking about the Health Channel way before we put this together. We're talking about a year ago, really, that we wanted to do a Health Channel because in the United States and around the world, there's very little. There's one program called The Doctors that runs on CBS, and that's it. Other than that, there's nothing on health in the United States. If you want to watch a television program, you usually get Joe and Bim Bob on TV at night laughing with a fake laughing track underneath. It's stupid television. We created smart television because, frankly, here in the United States, a lot of it is stupid television. It's so stupid I can't even watch it. I just turn it off. And so the thing is, we created the Health Channel, but really so we could start bringing realization to people around the world about health. And then the coronavirus hit, which we had no idea, because the Health Channel was going to be one of many channels. Okay. Then all of a sudden the Health Channel just took off a life of its own. Ankit was kind enough to lead the charge of the Health Channel before it became the Health Channel, not realizing it was going to explode, but it explodes along the lines of coronavirus, unfortunately. But the thing is, I always thought it was a necessary programming to do, is to do something about health, because here, if you want to go to the United States, you can listen to Home and Garden Network. You can go listen to ESPN Sports. You can go listen to old TCM movies. We have literally, Muhammad, 100 channels that you can listen to 140 to 400. Of them, how many health channels can you listen to? None. They have no health channels in the United States. Seriously. And I was going like, wow, what an opportunity to create a health channel for IBM TV, because it's we believe to be an underserved market. And then, of course, the coronavirus hit.
Even in India, there is no health channel right now. There is no health channel. See,
India, we have channels which are based on health, and they are talking about a lot of other stuff as well. But no one, I'm not sure how many people watches those channels.
I just want to confess out here on the international television, IBM. See, I'm watching Indian television also.
Right.
But they're not satisfying the information. They're not having the proper information. They are really qualified doctors.
Yeah.
But they're not aware what's happening across the world right now.
Right. Yeah.
So for me, they are. I just watch like fun, not enjoying, not getting anything. But here, every day, learning is an ongoing process. I say the learning is an ongoing process. So here, especially, I don't know about you all, but I'm learning every moment on the IBM TV. Every moment.
Yeah.
What happened across the world.
Right now, we are global citizens basically, and we want to know what's happening around the world. We just don't want to know what's happening in India or maybe in America. That's why we go to IBM TV, because we have to know what's happening in other countries and how we can take the best practices. And we are not sharing the important information across.
Yeah.
And that is why we are suffering from pandemic.
Yes. Right.
I'm not sure you were there when we were discussing that we should have a pandemic world organization set up apart from World Health Organization, and they will just only talk about pandemics around the world.
Right. Well, Ankit. Okay. The thing is, when you brought in Rakesh from Hong Kong, he was the first person that gave us a realization that Hong Kong has controlled the epidemic. Because I turn on the other news here to listen to CNN and some of our other channels, CNBC, and this. Nobody here has mentioned Hong Kong. And remember, we had a very distinguished individual, I won't mention his name, say, hey, we need the states here to do an experiment. I don't know if you remember that conversation. Okay. I said, now, wait a minute. The experiment's already been done internationally. It's like news to him. And I'm going like, wait a minute. Hong Kong is one of them. And part of the problem we have, Mohammed, and this is a true problem with our leadership, we don't recognize anything that exists beyond the borders of the United States, but occasionally Britain. In other words, we'll listen to British, they have BBC. Okay, we don't listen to anything else in Europe. Europe actually has a good channel, a DW channel in Germany. We don't listen to it. And anything else outside of the BBC and the US channels, we don't listen to. Seriously. So what goes on in India, we don't know. And frankly, what went on in Hong Kong, we don't know. Australia, forget it. I mean, Africa, are you kidding me? So, and that's the way this place works. It's like everything's the borders of the United States, and everything, the world exists in the United States, and that's it.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because see, when I came out here with the IBM TV, I feel I'm living in a global village actually.
Yes.
I feel proud actually, and this is the way we can connect to the whole community of the world actually.
Right. Yeah.
Then we can share. See, right now Ankit is just telling to form a pandemic organization of the world.
Yes.
This is need of the hour actually. This is need of the hour.
Yeah, and it opens the world to everybody, because like on South Africa, Ankit and Kim got together the Alexander Mays cafe. Okay, so I had to go see the
Yeah,
thing because I
yes,
wanted to see what's going on in South Africa. I didn't know any of the people that were on, so I had to go to Wikipedia and look up. And I'm going like, these are all like famous actors and actresses in South Africa. So I go look further. South Africa has a population of 57 million people. It's bigger than the state of California, and people here think California is the biggest state in the world. Seriously, it's the world's 5th largest economy, and South Africa is huge. But again, it doesn't get any press here. South Africa here is like, you may see it on a documentary buried somewhere that gets no love at all. Yet it's a big country, and they're like India. They're nice enough to speak English, and we don't have the language translation problem that we do in some other countries. So I just see the global community.
Right now, everybody is understanding and everybody is studying English right now in the whole world actually.
Oh yeah, because
it is a trend. Actually, it is a trend right now because see, without English, nobody can earn actually.
Right.
Nobody can earn. It's mandatory things right now.
Right.
So professionally, English is on priority.
Yes.
Even when I'm going to Africa, I've been so many countries into the Africa. I've been to the most of the countries of the Russia, like Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, all Astan, and they understand English actually.
Right. Yes.
And I try to know their language.
Yeah,
but
I
they
do
speak English very well.
I do the same thing. I try to learn whatever language from Russian to Italian. I pull all the books and learn it, and then after a while, I figure I only know a certain amount of words because they know their vocabulary is huge. I can't get the whole vocabulary together, but then I find out they speak English. That makes my life a lot easier. I was going, okay, they're nice enough to speak English, and they speak English.
When you go to UAE, I always try to use the Arabic word because I know Arabic. I know Arabic. Yeah, كيف حالك? زين الحمد لله.
Right. Yes. That's what I do. I try to learn a couple of the words and
so I know Russian as well, Russian, Persian also.
Okay.
But when they start talking on their own language, they start talking in English.
I know. Yeah.
So they know that the Indian knows English very well. They can communicate easily actually.
Right. Then it makes it a lot easier. At least, like I say, I look at it from from my standpoint, it makes traveling a lot easier because they know the language and they know English. And I found that out just traveling internationally, which I want to do more because I've gone to I used to put on productions in every city in the United States. I've been to every city, every state in this country, like all over. And I go, wait, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to go see international cities and states.
I always think one thing. Mm-hmm. To be one nation means whole world is a one nation. Suppose
sure. Yeah, we'll
someday one nation.
Yeah.
So for one nation, there should be one language actually.
Yeah. Well, also, the funny thing in chess, because we bring the chess community in, because they don't get any love on major networks here. The chess players, because I played international chess for about 5 years. Okay. The chess community is a worldwide community. They play all over the world. China actually used to play a version of it, Chinese chess, and then they moved it to Western chess. I'm serious. So now the whole world is unified under FIDE, the Federation International de Chess, and they play together as a whole world community. The problem that the chess players have is that outside of their chess world, they're not recognized. In other words, at least over here in the United States, it's big in Russia. So when Sasha gets on, he's actually from Moscow, now lives in Canada. In Russia, it's a religion. Everybody plays chess. They drink vodka. Chess and vodka go together. Okay, but that's Russia. Okay, you get to the United States, education and intellectual pursuits are like, to give you an idea, the Chess Federation in Russia has over 1 million registered players. In the United States, we have 80,000. It's a big difference. Very few people are actually into that, and it's just the U.S. Yeah, it's a big difference. Now, I hear India, the chess community took off when Vishy Anand became the world champion, and all of a sudden now India is a big player in the chess community. But again, it's a cult community in of itself, which is worldwide. And what I see is a lot of these communities are out there, but then when you go to the media, which has its own challenges, they get no love at all. In other words, they're not. It's like health. Health is not recognized, yet health is important, right? Yeah. Like I say, you go to India and you look for the health channel. There isn't any. Are you serious? I know there isn't any here. In the United States, there's no health channel. Are you kidding me? Yet it's one of our biggest industries. It's $1.7 trillion are spent every year. Close to $2 trillion is spent every year in the United States on health products.
And I think that is because people don't want to listen about the health thing, and they might opted for a McDonald's commercial rather than watching a health channel.
That's true. That's true. The next thing is a McDonald's commercial, and so they go, we don't want to listen to health.
But can't be on the channel.
Yeah, but I don't know if you ever saw the programming here. If I were to send you what people watch in prime time, you would cry. You're going, how could they watch this stuff? It is that bad. It is the junk food of media. Seriously.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
In the United States, there are some good programs, don't get me wrong, but there's a huge amount of junk food programming that's in this country. It's trash. It's trashy. It almost like bleeds, it leads. Why would people consume that garbage? I don't know. And some of it's even worse. It's what they call sitcoms, situation comedies. Yeah. People sit down and everybody laughs, ha ha ha, and frankly, it's really dumb. And maybe it makes people relax. They get to drink their. Well, here's what they do, Mohammed. You get your Pringles, right? And then you go in here and you get your Coca-Cola, right? There you go. And then you sit down and you watch a comedy, what they call a situation comedy. And that what goes on here every day. And then we run into what we talked to Dr. Sagu about, people becoming, obese. It's become a real problem, and we didn't look at obesity here, but there's an obesity epidemic. Well, maybe you do get some of our channels. Who are these people? This is in Denver, but
many of us need is to be entertained or distracted, or we just need a break. And right now, one of the things we can't do is go to the movies.
And all that's taking a very big toll on the entertainment industry. Denver 7's Jason Grinow.
Across the country and here in Colorado, movie theaters are shuttered, all concerts canceled, a majority of what we do for entertainment gone. Both the virus itself and its impact being felt nationally, but also here at home.
It's my duty to protect my family.
Film is one of the hardest hit. Major studios like Disney and Sony have delayed nearly all of their releases. Films like Mulan, Ghostbusters, and the latest James Bond installment, No Time to Die, won't be seen until much later this year.
Name? Bond. James Bond.
Movies pushing their dates and pushing them further, and production stopped on everything. Like, it's just one gigantic question mark.
A question for those studios, but also the local theaters themselves. Keith Garcia is the artistic director of the C Film Center in Denver.
You can't play a movie, your source of income as that theater just completely disappears.
So to try to stay afloat while their doors are closed, the Denver Film Society's home theater has made their art house films available for streaming.
People are buying a virtual ticket for a movie, but being able to watch it on their own terms at home versus coming to our theater.
Bringing entertainment home is also the route that many major music artists are taking, since concerts aren't happening. But there aren't shows at local venues either, hurting those on the verge or struggling artists.
So these are performers who have lost gigs because venues have closed, but many of them might also have worked in the restaurant or hospitality industry and have had layoffs related to that.
Natasha Gardner is the articles editor at 5280 Magazine and has seen the local cultural community stepping up online.
Everything from poets to musicians to the Colorado Symphony, which is finding ways to have recordings even though their members are so far apart.
From the symphony,
and nobody's going to tell me any otherwise,
to that crazy series about tigers. What are people doing for entertainment? They're streaming. New data from Nielsen shows a 36% increase in the amount of time the average person spent streaming movies and TV, up to 2.5 hours per week. That's double the average from last March.
Elsa! Kristoff, it's Sven!
And on a local level, instead of an out and about guide to Denver, 5280 has published a stay-at-home guide.
It's a great way for people to still engage with the local community without having to step a foot outside of their house.
So do a movie night at home, listen to your favorite local artist from the couch, or find new ways to enjoy the Mile High at home. When this is over, we'll go back to being entertained with everyone else. I'm Jason Grenauer, Denver.
That's pretty good, you know. So we know where the entertainment's. Hey, speaking of entertainment, we have Wesley Elder. Wes Elder has just joined us.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. The Hollywood producer, who I believe doesn't live in Hollywood.
That's right.
Ankit is over here. He's from New Delhi. And Mohammed, are you in New Delhi or Mumbai?
Yes, New Delhi.
New Delhi. Okay, so they're joining us from New Delhi. Ankit heads up the IBM TV Health Channel, and Mohammed is in the pharmaceutical industry, right, or something like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, out of New Delhi, and Wesley is actually a Hollywood producer, not in Hollywood, that produced the great movie. I thought it was a great movie called The Matchmaker. So he's got one fan here, but I have to ask Wes a question since you've been in the Hollywood movie industry for a long time.
Yeah.
Do you know the name of Shah Rukh Khan? Have you heard of Shah Rukh Khan?
What is that? It sounds familiar, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay. I just want to let Ankit and Muhammad know you really don't know who Shah Rukh Khan is. If he came to my name's Shah Rukh Khan. You would know. What?
Shah Rukh Khan is the most richest actor in the world.
Yeah, I think. What films has he been in, or what's his like background and stuff?
He's an actor. He's an actor in India.
He's an actor. He's Bollywood actor actually.
Yeah, was he in
Shah Rukh? Yeah, Shah Rukh Khan is a Bollywood actor. He's having $750 million US dollar.
Yeah. What was the movie? Because he was in a big movie recently that did really well. What was it?
You think of Dev Patel, right?
No. I'm thinking of him. Because I have. Go ahead.
So there are a lot of movies. Of Shah Rukh Khan. So the couple of new movies were Harry Met Sejal and the movie One, I think, and there are a couple of movies. But the popular movies are Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, Kal Ho Na Ho, and DDLJ. So there are a lot of movies, and he's in Bollywood. Doing movies for more than 20 years now.
Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who he is because I think. I have some Indian friends that we hang out with pretty regularly, and I'm pretty sure they've told me about him and the movies that he's been in. So
okay, so he's creeping up there. See, I should have asked. We had a couple of the Hollywood producers on in the last couple of weeks, but they were older Hollywood producers, and they didn't know who they were. The younger people may have Indian friends here and know or heard about them. But the thing is, I'm trying to explain to Ankit and Muhammad that Shah Rukh Khan may be big in India, but as you go to the United States, is
right. You know? Yeah, that transition it's slow for sure, but it's crazy. I mean, some of the Indian movies make a ton of money in the US. It's kind of in the same realm as Japanese anime movies because they do limited releases of some anime films in the US and a bunch of people will show up for them, you know. So it's it's definitely a different market for sure.
Right. Yes. And the thing is, you actually are a producer as well as a star. In other words, you do acting as well as producing. Is that correct?
Yeah, I act, write, and produce. Writing and producing fuels the acting. And so I'm kind of an awkward skinny dude. And so I decided to write my own roles because I didn't think many people would give me roles just because I'm not the typical, lead male type person. So yeah.
So you act, write, and produce. You do all three.
Correct.
Now, what are you doing now? Because the coronavirus hit, and we talked to a couple of our Hollywood producers, Henning Morales, and he actually does I don't know if you know him. He does the Dirt Merchant films.
Okay, cool.
Okay, and then Robert Krantz, he actually has one going on Netflix called Faith, Hope, and Love. It's really good. It's running on Netflix right now. And
I've actually heard of that.
Yeah, and you know what? And he's been in the movie industry for 40 years. And They're based out of Hollywood, and they both said, "Well, we're writing right now because they can't produce." Are you writing now because you can't do any productions?
Actually, yeah. So yeah, no, that's funny because we had been writing, and I think I sent you the trailer for it. So we've been working on that series called Bad News that we wanted to pitch. No,
Okay.
not Siri. Siri's activating. But we had been writing that, so we've been working on that for a bit. But since this quarantine happened, we have an opportunity possibly to pitch to a streaming platform that it's one of the smaller ones, not Netflix or Hulu or anybody like that, but that is looking for like thriller type films. So we ended up, so we're currently writing a film that has a quarantine virus aspect as part of the story because we figured people's interest will still be here for probably some time.
Yep.
And I just had this idea one day since I've been home that I'm like, I think that there's a interesting story to be told that where the virus isn't the main part of the story, but more of the background of the story. So yeah, we're writing.
Yeah. Have you thought about including Indian actors or writing Indian actors into your scripts to try to bring in the 1.3 billion followers that Ankit has sitting next to me?
For sure. No, yeah. I mean, in Bad News, like we wanted to have some Indian people. We had, I mean, it was a pretty diverse cast, but we wanted to have some Indian people, but because we cast locally for that one, there just wasn't.
Excuse me? There wasn't anyone?
It wasn't anybody. It wasn't anybody that fit like that was an Indian actor that we could find at least.
Right. And we just had an Indian actor on before you were on, and I was trying to explain to them because he told me, he says in Bollywood that everybody looks the same, and I go, well, why don't you move to Hollywood where they don't look the same? And he's going,
sure.
And I'm going, come on, you want to be in Hollywood, you don't want to be in Bollywood, because in Bollywood, you're right, you're all the same. You go to Hollywood and you're an Indian actor, they'll go, oh, there's an Indian actor I could actually cast. I haven't seen one in a long time.
Oh yeah, I mean, and you can even
be a good idea, wouldn't it, Wes?
You can even go to the smaller markets, you know, Chicago and Washington D.C. and stuff like that as an Indian actor, and you would dominate the areas because there'd probably be only like 5 people.
Right. Now you film out of Kansas City, right? Is that where you're?
Yeah, we're based in Kansas City, Missouri right now. But you know, we film wherever we need to or want to, and so that's just where we're located right now.
Right. Yeah. Now, Robert was telling us, the guy who did Faith, Hope, and Love and's been in the industry a long time. I asked him, well, why did you locate to Hollywood? He goes, that's where all the talent is. It's like a huge talent pool. There's almost 1 million people that just work in what they call the industry. Is that true?
Yeah, it is. It's the biggest thing is really when you think of talent, it's really where the writing and the business happens. And so, like, if you're just an actor, I actually typically don't recommend just LA. LA is a good option, but I don't think that has to be your only option. I think you can go to Atlanta. I think you can go to Chicago. I even have some friends who've gone to Albuquerque because they film a lot of stuff in Albuquerque. Right. So if you're just acting, I don't think you have to go to LA. I think if you do want to write or produce or direct, then I think it's probably more important to consider LA over other areas, just because it's just where the agencies are. It's where the studios are. And so they just keep a lot of the stuff there, you know? And it's part of one of those things too, that it's like, if you live in LA, then people view it as you've done your dues, you know, like you're committed enough to come out here. And so it's almost kind of like an initiation, you know, type thing. So, yeah.
So what projects are you working on right now? You said you sent a clip, and if you sent a clip, I can send it to Ankit, and he could actually put the clip on. He's very computer savvy. That's the guy over there that has 1.
Yeah.
Facebook followers.
So we're working on a series pitch. That's one thing that we're working on. It's called Bad News. It's kind of like The Office. So it's a mockumentary, but set in a news station. So that's kind of one of the things we're working on. And then we're working on this thriller movie right now, a thriller movie that we're writing. The working title is Stay Home. So we'll see We'll see if we keep.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's the working title.
I like that.
Yeah, because it actually worked. Go ahead.
I think that would be appropriate.
When you plan a movie or when you plan a series, you plan a theme based on a script, or how the movie planned in terms of storyline.
So like the way, so it's funny. There's like, you can just come up with a movie out of thin air, right? You can do that. Or one way that we like to do things is if we have something that's a part of our lives, such as like a location or an actor or whatever. Sometimes we write a story around that, around something that we already have access to. And so for this one, our goal, we just want to shoot a movie. Like that's our goal. We just want to shoot a movie. So we are writing this script around being shootable. So we wanted to keep it in one location. A bed and breakfast is technically the setting, but a house basically. We wanted to keep it simple, and we wanted to keep it in a neighborhood the whole time, because since we're trying to do the quarantine, we're trying to have a lockdown quarantine as part of the story.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to keep it small so that we can shoot it cheaper, basically, because we have some people left over from our The Matchbreaker and some other films that I think that they're interested in putting money into what we're doing next, and so we just want to come up with an idea that's good enough. But we'd love to get a series. That's like, we'd love to get a series because it's just bigger and more legitimate, and it's more fun. So yeah.
Yep. Right.
Yep.
So have you thought about any any storyline based out of US, maybe in Russia or in India? I mean, the complete storyline is from a different country.
So most of our stories are based, they're all based in the US. There's one that we want to do that it's bigger, more of an international vibe. But it's quirky though. It's kind of like, I don't know if you've seen any Wes Anderson movies, but it's in that type of vein of things. It's basically about this group of amateur coders that go on a hunt to find Satoshi, the creator of Bitcoin, because nobody knows who created Bitcoin yet. It's this multi-billion-dollar, thing. And so I wanted to make a movie about people trying to find the creator of Bitcoin. so that's kind of more international, because they end up like traveling the world trying to find it.
Because I asked you this question because a lot of Indian actors are doing a movie in Hollywood. And why? Because the Hollywood people or the movie, they'll get commercial success in India because we have 1.3 billion. And if you can add one actor from India to Hollywood, you'll get a good audience in India.
Right.
And we know English. We read, we understand English perfectly fine. And that's what it is.
Right. No, the Indian friends that we have, like I learned a bunch about how that rolls through them, because they go back and forth to India for work actually a lot, even though they're based here. And it's a huge opportunity. It really is. I think you'll see a merging of like Hollywood and Bollywood over time. Like I really think that they will take that more seriously. And I think already behind the scenes you see Hollywood money going into Bollywood films. But yeah, no, it's huge. It's huge.
In India, most of the Bollywood films are Hollywood films are releasing in India, and we are a huge fan of Hollywood because Hollywood is really best film industry in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And your acting is at par. Can salute you. So whatever the content you are doing like right now. So as a producer, when you start preparing for the film, so what is your target country? Do you target only America, or you target to the whole global community, or do you think about the India, your 1.3 billion populations, English population?
Right. So I personally want to make movies for everybody. That's typically my goal. I think when you talk to filmmakers, a lot of them, their goal isn't so much about the audience. It's more about making the movie. And so like, I think producers, they think of like, okay, how do we get this to the widest audience possible? Because the more people that see it, the more money we can make back. I think so. I totally think it's on a global scale, and I think there's still significant challenges on the global scale part of it. Like, and the biggest piece of that is piracy, in my opinion. Because when we released the Matchbreaker, I mean, even that was like a smaller movie, but even with it being a smaller movie, like we were #1 on the Pirate Bay for like a few days, and it was like, well, there goes thousands of dollars down the drain. And so it's like, I think that's a huge thing, and to overcome when getting it to international waters, because like I know it typically the distribution is longer, getting it to more international places, and then just the longer that people have to wait to watch a movie, the more impatient they become, and they go to other sources to find it. So, but yeah, no, I think like I typically view it on a global scale, and the more global I can make it, the better, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So,
have you ever been to India?
No, I want to go. My buddy, he takes trips, I think, every like 3 months, maybe more often than that. And he's told me he would take me one time, but I haven't gone yet.
What city in India does he go to?
I don't know. I have no idea. I think because he does more nonprofit work, humanitarian. So he's working more, humanitarian work. So I think he travels quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
I have my national NGO, and the vision of NGO is protect humanity and respect humanity.
Mm-hmm.
So after Corona, you please, we welcome you out here, and we will arrange everything for you.
Yeah.
And you do the dual things as well. Actually, see, you can be ambassador of the protect humanity, respect humanity, and then on the other hand, you can launch your film as well.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would love to, like me personally, I would love to like partner with some people in India. It's my friend, his name is Jay Paul Papabathini, and Jay Paul, he's talked about connecting me with different investors and Indian investors and stuff like that. And I would love to do something like that, to where Indian investors can then start getting involved in American productions, because I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But
yeah, and also you had that great movie, The Matchbreaker, with I try to explain it to people, where you go in and you break up marriages.
Mm-hmm.
Marriages are big in India, which I don't know if you ever did an Indian version of this. Ankit, tell me how big the marriages are in India.
It is as big as you can wonder. If you know about Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra, and if you have news, you know that they have one of the costliest wedding, and that wedding goes for 7 days.
Yeah.
7 days. If you ask me the money, I don't know how much they spent, but maybe close to $1 million.
Yeah, that's just
How you can imagine.
That's
How
huge.
you get the wedding.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Jay Paul, when he was telling me about his wedding, that he had something like 5,000 people show up for it or something like that, which
Actually, you won't believe, and you won't believe, we start from welcome drink, and till the time sweets, we have more than 5,000 dishes on the wedding. 5,000.
Yeah. Wow.
More than that.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's
It's
super
like
cool.
It's like a carnival for guests who are on the wedding, because they don't know where to go.
Right.
They don't know where to go.
See, I would do The Matchbreaker in India. Because I was like, man, you're because the thing is, they have a population of 1.3 billion. Their GDP is expected to rise 7%, as opposed to our GDP is going to go down about 7%. And as I see it, they can afford to spend money on movies because it's not a high ticket item. It's like an IBM mainframe. Well, that's a whole different cat. It's pretty expensive, but to go to a movie isn't. And then you have an audience of 1.3 billion, as opposed to in the United States, your audience max is 330 million. You know, where's your other billion people that could be watching your movie? Well, they're sitting in India waiting, and they love Hollywood movies. They love American stuff. I mean, it's really, really sad because they drink this stuff. Right? Great problems. They eat this stuff. I found that out. creates more problems. But the thing is, they love American movies. But the thing is, the American movie producers don't go to.
We have dollars as well, so we can easily go and watch movies.
Love that.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So the thing is, I just think that it would be a natural fit because it expands the potential audience of that. But you're right. You're see, the thing about you, and also Robert, who had earlier, who did that Faith, Open, Love, is that you're different in that you're a writer, producer, and you're a talent, all three. The real problem, some of the people we've had on, all they do is acting and they don't do anything else. Okay. That means during this time of the year, they don't do anything. Okay.
Right. Right.
Okay. But if you're a writer, then you could actually be writing scripts because sometimes and do you write it yourself or do you have a team that helps you write the script?
I have two friends that I collaborate with a lot. But I've also collaborated with some other people in the past.
Yeah.
And then I've done a few by myself, just on my own. I think for me, and everybody's writing process is different, but for me, I get the best material when I collaborate, because I think the more I can just like talk out loud. I think the more ideas come along. And it took me a long time to figure that out because like there's a part of you that wants to be able to do it on your own, if that makes sense. You know, like I want to be able to write this whole script on my own and it be mine, but you just got to do what's best, you know, and ultimately get the movie made. That's the biggest thing. So, yeah.
Yeah. But when you get it made, that's a lot of work. Aren't you working like 12-hour days at least?
Yeah. The average film day is 12 hours. So you'll do 12 hours with a 12-hour turnaround. And then you'll typically do 5 or 6 days a week with 1 to 2 days off. It varies. And you'll do that, you know, depending on how long you shoot it. A film, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks is a good, you know, length of time. But some shows will go 6 months, and the Marvel movies will go 6 months, you know. But because they have more time, it's still busy, but it's not as run and gun. I don't think so. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So you're spending a lot of time, and also you're burning a lot of money as a producer. I mean, the thing is, when I did the calculation on Marvel, it's about $1 million to $1.5 million a minute by the time it hits the theaters. So every time I watch a Marvel movie, I'm going, there goes $1 million.
Right.
A minute later, there goes another $1 million. They're spending at least $1 million on production costs. So you have all your production cost wrapped into this one product. That's the reason, obviously, you don't like pirates. Okay. If the product is wrong, don't you just get your rear handed to you? I mean, financially.
I think there's a lot of factors that go into it as well. Because if you don't have the right marketing plan, but you do have the right product, I mean, think of how many movies that you know you haven't heard of or you haven't seen, but that are really great movies, you know. And so then it's kind of a marketing issue and getting it out to the right audience. And so I think it's a lot of different factors, but typically they have so many different points where they can monetize the stuff that it ends up being fine in the long run. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, as a producer, you have to think of that as well.
Yeah.
Being an actor, then you have to think of honing your crafts, because some of the actors said right now they're just spending time honing their craft. And then there's a writer, you've got to actually write the script also.
For sure. I want to personally get to where I'm not thinking about the day-to-day stuff as far as producing goes, and I'm more just like an executive producer. Because I do want to focus more on the creative, the acting and the writing. But because then if you're an executive producer, then you're just you helped in some capacity, whether that was financially or you got talent on board or whatever, and you're getting a credit, but you're not on the day-to-day. And so that's really where I want to be.
So how do you go about acquiring talent? Since you're in Kansas City, how do you go about interviewing and acquiring talent in Kansas City? I know in Los Angeles they line up on the streets. They'll have 300 people auditioning for one position. Do you have that same thing in Kansas City?
Not as bad, but you do have a decent amount of people auditioning. and it's more on the like on the crew side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows everybody in Kansas City, so you don't really have a lot of competition there. It's typically, hey, are you available? If not, then they just go to the next person. Right. But for talent, I think you'll easily see, 50 people audition for a role, maybe 100, and then it get whittled down from there. But it's nowhere near as bad as LA. But it's still competitive. It's still competitive for sure.
Right. Do you do your own casting? Are you your own casting director? In other words, do you actually do the interviews for the people?
That varies by project. There's sometimes, because of how tight knit the community is, that I just reach out to people, and if they're available, then we'll just cast them. But that's more for shorter stuff or commercial stuff, right, where it doesn't really matter. If it's something larger, then I definitely try to cast. I try to do casting calls and stuff like that, because you want to see what opportunities come out there. But I don't like to waste a ton of time in casting, me personally. But then if I'm doing outreach, like if I'm offering roles to people that I haven't worked with before that might have a following or might add value in some way, then I used to just offer the role. Now I ask for like a tape, just a self-submission tape or something like that, because there was one time I cast a person based off of their following without auditioning them, and it was not it was not awesome.
Right. It was a mistake.
It was a mistake.
Right.
So unless I know they're good,
right,
then I'm probably going to ask for a self tape, that's pretty short and just to get a feel. So yeah.
Right. So what's your next project? What are you working on that we can tell our viewers about?
Well, I would say our probably next project is going to be, we're going to put that Bad News trailer out. We're going to put that out in the world, and see if anybody is interested in it. Mm-hmm. But then after that, we're hoping to shoot a movie this fall. We're hoping to shoot. Okay. Yeah, we're probably hoping to shoot the Stay Home movie this fall.
Stay Home's got to be hot, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the hope. That's the hope and the goal, is that it would be timely. So, right. Yeah, but we'll probably do that too.
Yeah, Stay Home. Okay.
Yep. Stay Home and Bad News. Both sound very depressing, but Bad News is really funny, I promise.
Really? Okay. The Stay Home seems to have a very catchy title though for right now, because everybody's staying home. Have you written the script on Stay Home yet?
We're at an outline. So we're hoping to have a script by end of May is the goal. And then we want to shoot it. Right. I mean, right now, nobody's filming. And there's no guarantee of when that'll come up. Some people say September, some people say sooner. Nobody knows really. So it kind of varies, but we're hoping to shoot it in the fall, I think. Probably mid to late fall.
Also, how much money you spend in a movie? I mean, do you have a target that I have to spend this much amount of, is there any budget, or, I mean, how do you work on that?
Yeah, no, there's a goal. So like, I always want as much as I can, but you can't always get as much as you can. So the way I think about it usually is like, what's my minimum basically to get the movie made, right? And my comfortable minimum is $200,000, because if I get under that, then I just begin to sacrifice and compromise, and the movie's just not going to be as good, if that makes sense. And so like $200,000 is, I mean, and that's low budget. Like $200,000 for a movie is already really low budget. Right. But we own a lot of gear. We have a lot of connections. We're well respected to where we can make a good movie for that price. But you add more money, and then everything goes up. Production value goes up. I can begin to reach out to talent, like names and star names and stuff like that, and attach them. Everything goes up. And so like, I like $1 million is a super good, but like, I don't know how people can have $1 million and make a bad movie, to be honest. I don't understand how people can have $30 million and make a bad movie.
Bad script.
Yeah, I know. It starts with the script. I don't know how. I don't know.
So,
I don't know how that happens.
If you get a chance to work on a movie with a unlimited budget and a good script, which one you will choose? You'll choose a good script or an unlimited budget?
I'd probably take the unlimited budget because people would still respect that you got you brought it to the finish line. I'd take the unlimited budget because then somebody's going to give me a smaller budget, then I can make a really good movie, and then go back to an unlimited budget with a good script. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. At the end of the day, like me personally, I just like making movies, so I would take whichever one. So, hello.
Oh,
Hi.
Isabella, do you know Wes Elder?
No.
Do you guys know each other? Okay. Wes is a Hollywood.
Nice to meet everyone.
Wes is a Hollywood producer who doesn't live in Hollywood. He's smart. He lives in Kansas City, but he's a producer of a
Fantastic.
great movie that was running on Netflix. Is it on Amazon now? It's called The Matchbreaker. Is it running on Amazon now?
Yeah, it's on Amazon, and it's also on Tubi TV, which is like a streaming platform that's ad supported.
Oh yeah, and Isabella, if you haven't seen the movie, it's called The Matchbreaker. You've got to see this
Matchbreaker.
movie. Yes, write it down.
I'm putting it on my watch list.
Yeah, because it's a great movie. It was Wes. I think Wes is multi-talented. He's unusual for an actor. He does acting, he does script writing, and he also does the producing. So he's a Hollywood producer that doesn't live in Hollywood and does that. Isabella is a famous person in South Africa who was on. I saw you the other day on Alexander May's Cafe, and South Africa has been a great place for us. Oh wait, Alexander's showing up. Are you kidding me? Speaking of talent, okay, here comes Alexander. Okay, I saw her on Alexander May's Cafe the other day, and these
Did you
people
enjoy it?
Oh, are you kidding me? That was great. Not only that, Alexander, I Wikipedia'd all the people that you had on there, and you had all these famous people on your television show. I was going, are you kidding me?
That's pretty cool, right?
That was pretty cool. And they're all well known in South Africa, which, by the way, West is a big market, 57 million people. It's bigger than California. So it's South Africa is a very important market for us because they have more people in South Africa than they do in the California. But Alexandra is a singer, and she's also apparently an actress, and she runs Alexander May's Musical Cafe. And Isabella is also one of the famous people, because you just Google her and you find out and they're super famous in South Africa. And Alexander West is a producer, and also he does acting and screenwriting, does everything. He's one of these what I call polymaths, so he can do everything. But Wes has a movie. You got to see it. You got to see it. It's called The Matchbreaker. It's running on Amazon. It was running on Netflix, and you go to Amazon.com and you can watch this movie. It's just a great movie. The storyline's a killer. The storyline is the parents don't like who their kids are getting married, going to marry, so they send the matchbreaker in to destroy their marriage.
I actually think I've seen this.
Watched it.
Are you kidding? Have you seen that?
I think I watched.
I think I have too.
If you
I'm
haven't
gonna go
seen it-
double check now.
Listen, if you haven't seen it, it's a killer movie, and the thing is,
It was on Netflix for almost 2 years, so you could have seen it there. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I think that because I definitely watch on Netflix a lot just because it's quite convenient. So I did a lot of Netflixing for quite a while. So I'm pretty sure that was the one that I came across.
funny.
That is so exciting! Wow.
Cool. Thanks for checking it out.
Yeah, so I guess it's beaming in South Africa, which is good. If you haven't checked it out, you got to really check it out. I think it was a great storyline, and he did an excellent job in terms. Matter of fact, I rank him ahead of Quentin Tarantino's last movie. Sorry, I'm serious. Your movie was better than Quentin Tarantino's last movie. Okay, I'm sorry. The Last Idiot in Hollywood, or wherever the heck that was, he pandered to all the Hollywood royalty in that movie. That was one of the few movies I was going, how do I get my money back? It was that bad, you know? I mean, the thing is, I'm sorry, his movie sucked. Yet all the reviewers go, oh, it's Quentin Tarantino. Now, don't get me wrong. He's done some really good movies. Pulp Fiction was a killer, and he's done some good ones. They're all sick, but they're good. Okay, but that last one was absolutely trash. And I spent money to go see that, and that was a QT movie. Your movie was better. Okay, I'll put it down right now. Wes Elder's movie was better. And the thing is, if he can keep producing movies like that, we'll have a hard time ever getting him back on IBM TV, because he'll be walking around like this. I'm looking for the red carpet, baby. Whatever you guys do in that land. But nice guy. He actually is headquartered out of Kansas City, which is a real city, as opposed to Hollywood. But you do go to Hollywood, don't you? You've gone down to that.
Yeah. I was there in February, I think. And so we just had a few meetings and whatnot. So
yeah, but you tend
the weather's really nice. The weather's really nice.
I agree, but you tend to stay away from that, and you tend to stay in Kansas City, right? I don't know where it's away from.
I don't really. I'm not super particular on where I'm based out of, to be honest, because I've learned you can make a movie or anywhere. So, but if something required me to move there, I would. Just because, if it's a big enough opportunity, I'm willing to do something for it. So,
yeah. Now, Alexander, you're in Johannesburg, right?
Yeah.
Now? Johannesburg.
I am, yes.
Oh, are you in Johannesburg also?
Yeah, I am. I live with Alice, big sister.
Oh, you're kidding. Okay, so you're in the same area.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, great. Okay, all in Johannesburg.
That's cool.
South Africa. Originally from Durban. If you haven't been there, it's by the coast. Forever.
By the coast.
Right.
Yep.
Yes. And so the thing is, Wes has a couple new movies coming along right now. One is called Stay Home.
Ironically. Did you plan that? I mean, or is it just like?
Yeah, no, we're writing it right now. It's a thriller.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Cool.
Have you seen Rear Window by chance or Disturbia?
I haven't.
Okay.
No, I haven't.
Okay, so it's kind of in the. Have you seen 10 Cloverfield Lane? Have you seen that one?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of like that. So it's like a single
Sure.
location movie.
Oh, okay, I get it.
So it'll take place at a bed and breakfast, but there's this the reason they're at the bed and breakfast is because they got on lockdown because they're on quarantine and stuff like that. And then just bad stuff happens.
I am so looking forward to that. Can I tell you that it sort of reminds me of this project that I don't know, Bella, you might be able to help me. Somebody's directing it in South Africa, but I've got a friend who stars in it. It's called Lockdown Heights. And
cool.
because we're on lockdown, quite literally, we're not allowed to leave. But all these actors and actresses who are stuck at home, they're like, let's do a series, like filming with our phones and like FaceTiming with the director, and they do these scenes, and it's like these random scenes in different people's apartments, but it's all these like little, it's like this film or this episode that's like
It's like
pushed
a soap
together.
opera.
Like a soap
cool.
opera with these little bits from everybody's apartment. I think it's really clever. Like I mean, I get yours is like a story as well, but it's amazing that like what's coming out of this time in our world, it's incredible what's coming out of it.
So many people are using the time to be creative and just coming up with. I had somebody ask me a question the other day about like how will we go forward even with just stories, like how do we let the quarantine, the virus and stuff impact our stories? And somebody was like, well, I don't think the world is exactly the same. I think it will impact your story. I mean, you don't have to make it a part of your story, but it wouldn't be weird if it is a part of your story either. And so
interesting,
so it's interesting to be thinking about like how many people, how it will impact people's creativity, and how they think about things.
No, it's so true because we're my sister was actually on the phone to our aunt this afternoon. She's a school teacher, so she's teaching from home. She teaches babies, so she's trying to teach from home, trying to be creative. And my sister's actually Bella's doing these little episodes with her. Bella's a ventriloquist. She has a puppet called Rosie, so she does these little videos. And she was just literally telling our aunt today that we're redefining our careers completely, how we go about things. And I think it's true for everybody. I mean, a lot of people will now be working from home and little adjustments. But when it comes to the arts, we're quite literally readjusting our entire career. How do we stay relevant in this time and carrying on? Because nothing's going to change like that, So yeah, I think you're right. It's quite interesting to see how it's going to change us going forward, because we can't really tell now because we're just surviving now. but going
Right.
forward, that'll be the real test, going forward.
Right. No, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And you have another movie that you're that you're going to start producing. Is it Bad News? Is that the
Yeah, that's a show.
show? Okay.
And it's called Bad News. If you've seen The Office or Parks and Recreation, it's kind of yeah, it's
so much.
Yeah, it's kind of like those, but set in a news station, and basically they're trying to pull together this news station, even with the impending news that a meteor is coming to destroy the planet. So
I love that.
yeah, so they continue to tell the news, even though supposedly an asteroid is going to hit. So yeah, but it's a comedy. It's like it's a mockumentary. So,
Do you have trailers on that already, Wes?
Yeah, I do. So yeah, I do. Yeah, we're going to be posting it soon. We haven't posted it anywhere yet.
Okay.
But yeah, we're going to post it soon and release it, and then everybody can see it.
Okay, right. Yeah, because if you had trailers, we'd send it to Ankit and we can put it on IBM TV.
Yeah.
Start promoting it, at least in South Africa and India, where we kind of have big followings.
For sure.
There, stuff like that. Okay, so right now you're just doing script writing right now, right?
Yeah, right now. Yeah. Right now, everybody's writing. Nobody is filming. I've heard of a few people that have been able to do some commercial shoots. But it's been super small, like 5 people on set. And it's very, they got a lot of protocols set in place.
Right.
So it's interesting because you have everybody who's watching stuff now, spending more time online watching content. But, spoken with a distributor friend of mine, what you're beginning to see is advertisers pull out of the content that is ad supported, because while the streaming is doing really well, the people that support the streaming via ads are not doing as well. So they're pulling out.
Wow.
And so it's interesting that it's like the best times for some of these streaming platforms, but then also the challenge is beginning to hit them as well. So
right. Yeah. In other words, the advertisers are suffering financially, so they're pulling
Right.
out of the they're pulling out the advertising of the production.
Right.
But
Yeah.
right now you're not filming at all. When do you plan on start filming again then?
I'm anticipating September, somewhere around there. September or October is when I think things will really come back into motion. I have some other commercial stuff that I need to do. So we're trying to figure out, if we can do that on a smaller scale or not. But who knows really. So I have some other work that I do for a social media app company. I'm basically advising them on the video production stuff. It's interesting. So I have that kind of keeping me busy right now too, which is good.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. In the Matchbreaker, though, there's a true story about your leading lady that ran into, unfortunately, it was a serious accident or something like that.
Yeah. She was murdered actually. And so her name is Christina Grimmie. You can Google her.
Right.
She was a big YouTuber, and she came in third on The Voice and stuff like that. But she was murdered at a concert in June of 2016, a few months before we released the movie. And so then we still released the movie. We debated, like we were like, should we not? But we did, because based off of a bunch of other movies and things, when actors have passed away, they still release the films. So yeah, it was tragic. You can Google her and read all about that.
Yeah, that's got to be really hard on the people that were involved in that movie. Something like that happened,
Yeah, no, it was. It was a challenging time for sure, and it was challenging being, trying to be sensitive of how much we should be promoting it versus how much, is respectful to her being gone.
Right.
A similar incident around that time was Anton Yelkin, who passed away from a crazy accident, and he was in the new Star Trek movie coming out. But his accident happened like 2 weeks before the movie, versus ours was like 4 months. And so that movie, it's going to hit theaters. It's not going to change 2 weeks out.
Right.
Ours was a little different, but we ended up getting the approval and endorsement of her parents and stuff like that, and we did a private screening for them, and her friends came, and so made the best out of a bad situation.
Right. Well, I think it was a good tribute to her, in other words, to actually have the movie shown, because she was excellent in it also. And if you haven't seen The Matchbreaker, all I can do is everybody should go see the movie. Really good movie, much better than Quentin Tarantino. So the next QT is sitting right over there. Wes Elder, who you'll hear about. Steve Spielberg moved Steve around. Remember, these guys are retiring anyway. Steve is old. I mean, excuse me, he's a senior guy. You don't want to say old. Okay. And Quentin Tarantino, the same thing. I think he says he's going to do one more and then he's done. So he's one and done right now, baby. And he should have quit before he did the last one. That's my opinion. But the thing is, so they're looking for some new blood, some great producers, and Wes is probably going to be up there. I mean, if I was a stock, I'd bet very heavily on you, Wes. In other words, I'd go buy.
Well, I'll take that. I'll take that bet.
So anyway, I think you're a good bet. And he's staying away from the Hollywood crowd, doing a lot of his work in Kansas City, which I think I should consider Johannesburg. When I saw Alexander and Isabel's there, I'm going, okay, I got to go to Johannesburg. I don't know why they're in Johannesburg, but why'd you guys move from Durban to Johannesburg? What's the deal?
Well, see, Durban is a coastal town. Well, it's no longer a town. It's grown obviously in how many 20-odd years. But Johannesburg is sort of like the place. We moved here because my dad was starting a business. So it's sort of the place to really start a business and make money. And well, we just have not moved.
Also, it's the biggest city in South Africa, so
does also help a bit.
Right.
And
So it makes sense.
Is it the biggest in the African continent as well?
Oh, I don't know about the continent.
No,
I mean, I don't know about the whole of Africa.
That was a trivia question.
Yeah.
Actually, it's Lagos. Nigeria is the biggest city. It just eclipsed Cairo, and Lagos.
Yeah, see, that's our continent.
I know, right? Yeah, it's up, it's the upper part of the continent, and we have been at IBM TV. We have been monitoring the African continent quite closely. I'll tell you the problem. The demographics are good, like in Nigeria and Egypt. The problem is bandwidth is bad. In other words, like if you're beaming into Lagos, Nigeria, the bandwidth is really choppy, and so it's really a challenging place. South Africa is obviously good. You guys are beaming in from there. India is good, but there are parts of Africa that the bandwidth isn't very good right now.
You won't believe I've got a lot of viewers messaging me about Alexandra's shows, and they are from Nigeria.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, we're going to find out a little bit more tomorrow, because it's a bandwidth issue more than anything. So stuff that a lot of people don't have to worry about, but at IBM TV we do worry about bandwidth, because it's how you can beam in and beam out, what the quality of the production is. It does make a difference. But I'm glad you guys got to know, after seeing your program in Johannesburg. You guys are all from Johannesburg. I want to go visit Johannesburg.
Come visit us. You guys are all welcome.
I gotta go. Wes, I'm sorry, I have been to Kansas City when there was an old airline called Vanguard Airline that actually hubbed out of there.
Cool.
Wow.
And you could actually move in and out of Kansas City. So I've been to Kansas City a lot, and they have a big convention center there called Barthel Hall or something like that.
Yep.
It's in downtown. It's absolutely huge. So I've been to a lot of the functions there. I think it's a great place if you can film there, there, because your production costs can't be near as high as filming in California. But most of the Hollywood people have moved out of California for filming, because it's the cost. It's too expensive.
It is expensive.
So a lot of moving up to Vancouver. Yeah.
If they want to save the cost, they can come down to Johannesburg, or they can come down to India.
Yeah, it's true. You could go to India, and the cost is a lot less filming in Bollywood. Bollywood's a lot less expensive.
There you go.
And let's see. Lynn Shepard has just joined us. We do have one of our sponsors who've just joined us. We have some what I call very interesting sponsors in IBM TV, and Wes is going to tell us a little bit. Lynn's going to tell us a little bit about the Dollar Store online. We actually can shop online on IBM TV. So Lynn, what's the Dollar Store doing?
Well, the Dollar Store actually was interesting. We had a call of, as people may know, we're not only online, but but there are a number of us. The main company was started by a gentleman from India by the name of Rex Mehta. Started it 26 years ago. Put a lot of stores around the world. Don't know whether there's one in South Africa yet. But in any event, in the United States, decided in 2019 going to go all online. So we had a number of us who were owners last night on a call. And the interesting thing was we found one product, and I know there are a number of others, especially because Kimberly keeps talking about the face mask or whatever it is that she likes to put on. But one particular product on our website, identical products, when I tell you this, we sell it for $2. A non-named company that's a big online company, so you can guess their name. They're selling it for $67 plus $4 shipping. Identical product, and we sell it for $2. So I would say to the people, take a look at our website because we have fabulous deals. Now, unfortunately, we don't have toilet paper, rather, but nobody else does, as Nick knows. See, where's Willie Hill when we need him today?
He's going to be on tomorrow because tomorrow we have startups.
Okay. But Willie was the guy that probably published this in Australia and created the run in the world on toilet paper, from what I heard. But he's not here to defend himself, so I won't. I'll come on and talk about him tomorrow. But actually, we have fabulous deals. Wish we could sell in South Africa, ladies, but unfortunately, right now our stores only ship in the United States. Free shipping over $25 of orders. But if you're in Hawaii or Alaska, it's a little bit more. We also have a rewards program. So anybody who becomes a customer, and Alexandra, when you come to Nashville, just have an order shipped to you in Nashville. You can do that.
I think it's a great idea. I love that idea because we don't have them here. So I'm going to do that.
Yes. And so actually I'll talk to Rex and maybe we can figure out how to get one in South Africa.
In Johannesburg, please.
There you go. Actually, my brother's a concert pianist and has played several times in Johannesburg.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes, a long time ago. But anyway,
wow.
Yeah. And but we do deliver in Kansas City. So, why not?
Sweet.
But we have a rewards program. Anybody who signs up to become a customer gets $5 immediately in rewards that they can use on purchases. And then for every purchase they make, they get additional rewards equal to $1 for every $10 of purchases. I mean, it's really great. So I suggest wholeheartedly that Alexander, when you come here, just order away and have it delivered to your hotel.
Right.
And the other thing is, Nick, yesterday you were suggesting we put pharmaceuticals at the top.
Yes.
And when we were talking, everybody thought that was a terrific idea. They are reorganizing the look of the website. So, and finally, since the ladies haven't heard me say this, we have patches, CBD patches that you can use. So if you have pain, it reduces the pain. A lot of great products.
Yes, right. And you can go to IBM TV, and right on IBM TV, you can order off the dollar store the patches and things like that. Now, interesting thing, since we were talking about celebrities and all that stuff, I don't even know that, but they canceled Hawaii Five-0 here in the United States. I don't know if Wes has found that. Hawaii Five-0 is over. Okay, but now you'll love this. Here's the reason why they canceled Hawaii Five-0. The person who was playing McGarrett, the lead actor, was doing his own stunts for years.
Really?
Well, yes, and when he did his own stunts, he started to get injured, which happens, which I don't think Wes has put in stunts that he does. But what happened is those stunts started catching up with him as he got older. And then, oddly enough, he's in so much pain that he can't act anymore. So,
really?
So the guy who's the lead actor of Hawaii Five-0 said, "I got to retire. I can't do it anymore because I'm in pain all the time." He was almost not going to finish this last year out, finish this season because of stunts that he was doing. And then when I was doing a review of that, I said, you know what? This is the reason a lot of actors don't do their own stunts, because you can get injured. And unfortunately, those injuries can last a long time. As you get older, the injuries become serious. And Hawaii Five-0, even though it had 7 million viewers a week here in the United States, gone off the air, not to come back. The viewers were, what happens, the directors were going, well, what we're going to do is we're going to try to do something with Danny and bring somebody else in. And then finally at the end of the day said, forget it. And they scratched the whole project. And Wes, have you been to any of the NAPTE meetings, the National Association of Professional Television Executives? If you have a chance, I was going to go there. I was there in South Beach. It's twice a year, once in Miami, one in Budapest. Okay, I was going to one in Budapest because I've already been to the one in Miami. It's the largest buyer and seller of television content in the world. And I'm going but you got to go to it. It's a great, great meeting. The reason I'm going to go to Budapest is I just want to go to Budapest. I've been to Miami. So I went to the University of Miami Law School. Why would I want to go to Miami? I'm not interested in going to Miami again. But Budapest, they have a meeting there. Unfortunately, they postponed it and they pushed it back to August. But I'm not going to go this year because I don't even think, I don't know if I can get flights in and out of Budapest. But what you find out is you get all the tidbits of what goes on in the industry. And unfortunately, Hawaii Five-0 off the air because of an injury.
That's so sad. I loved Hawaii Five-0.
Yeah, I mean,
I loved it.
Great. I thought the remake was actually the original was really good. The remake was actually better. They said it was better. I was going, no, you got to be kidding. It was better. The remake was actually better. But
I never got a chance to watch the original. But am I right in saying that Danny, the real actor, his dad is in the original Hawaii Five-0? Am I right in saying that?
Might be. I don't know. Jack Lord was the original McGarrett.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I thought that then the Dannys would have been connected. I thought the Dannys were connected. I'll go double check that.
They might.
check.
But the thing is, I was trying to figure out because we ran into Paul Franklin, who was the president of CBS, and what happens? He moved from Fox to CBS now, and he's retired. But they were very happy with their lineup. But now all of a sudden their lineup just got because of something that they had no control of. They still run because they have a lot of stuff in the can. So they're running, but they had to switch their entire programming over. So the coronavirus actually affected the entertainment industry.
Entertainment industry is pretty much shut down right now for sure.
Right,
I mean,
Yeah, but also like Wes says, your sponsors are having financial problems. Our sponsor, the Dollar Store Online, are you guys doing worse or better because of coronavirus? Lynn,
we're doing better.
Okay.
We're doing better.
But what do you do?
I would hope so.
Yeah, you deliver products online.
We deliver products right to your house. Just don't move to my neighborhood because we don't have mail delivery. Okay. So I have to go to the post office.
Right. Yeah. So some industries are actually doing better because of the coronavirus, and some industries are doing worse. But anyway, we're at the end of the hour, so I do want to thank Wes Elder, our special guest, the Hollywood producer who doesn't live in Hollywood, and of course Alexander May. You're great. I hope to see you Sunday. I'll watch. So and everybody else, let's say goodbye. And I guess you're going to.
I would like to take a chance, and Isabel might be joining us on a kids show. So whenever she's available, we'll start a kids show with her.
Yes.
What is Isabel about kids show?
Yeah. Okay. All right, Isabel.
Sorry?
Good to see you. Yes.
So I said we are planning to start with you. So are you up to that?
I'm in. I'm keen. I'm there.
And Kit wants to get you on one of the shows. Okay. All right. And Kit, you got to press we have our little visitor that ends the show, and then we have our ending of our show. So you got to press the it's all.
और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का।
So that was a social message from our ambassador from India. And
We're
it's a-
training the Americans. Nasasi.
about Namaste and also doing the right things during the lockdown. And thank you for joining us today. And we'll like to host you again. And it's time to wrap up the show. So we'll see you soon. And thank you to all our viewers. And stay at home, stay calm, stay united, and watch good movies of Wesley Elder, The Matchbreaker, Bad News, and Stay Home. A lot of movies coming up. Thank you.
Right.